He hasn't complained. We were home all day yesterday. He seemed like. I mean, it also. He's a 49ers fan. Oh, really? Kind of felt bad for the Lions a little bit, and I'm a Bears fan, so it's a little hard to feel bad for them in that division. Where the team's best. Yeah. Lions have Yep. Killed him. Yeah. Some of it was an effect on coaching too. Spacey over his role now.
Hi.
Yeah, he has a really tough one. We were home all day yesterday. I mean, it also. He's a 49ers fan. Oh, really? Kind of felt bad for the Lions a little bit, and I'm a Bears fan, so it's a little hard to feel bad for them in that division. Yeah. Some of it was an effect on coaching.
That's fine. Oh, you saw it. Hi.
Good for him. There you go.
Oh, you saw it. Hi.
There you go.
I got my gloves.
Good evening, everyone, and forgive me for running a few minutes behind tonight. This is the Village Council Special Public Budget Meeting. The date is January 29th, 2024. The time is 5:07 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Perrin. Here. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember White.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd. Mayor Vagianos.
Here. Will you all please join us in a salute to our flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Good evening, everyone, and forgive me for running a few minutes behind tonight. This is the Village Council Special Public Budget Meeting. The date is January 29th, 2024. The time is 5:07 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission.
You know what?
to
He's
all
going to say we
persons
want more money for
entitled
tech
to
now.
same
That's what he's going to
by
say.
law. We're going to pause for a moment because we have technical difficulties. How'd you get that?
You want me to get you one?
date's good.
We good? Are we good? Sounds good. Before we go to public comment, Keith Kasmark would like to address an issue that's come up of late.
Mayor, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Before we open the meeting to the public, I just want to address some email circulation that occurred over the weekend with regard to the Shade Tree Commission and also with Green Ridgewood. There were some numbers that were circulated amongst those committees that were very, very preliminary numbers in preparing the 2024 budget that date back to last fall. They were numbers that were exchanged between the Director of Parks and Recreation and the Chief Financial Officer. I just want to stress for anyone who is inclined to make a public statement tonight that those numbers are outdated, and tonight we will be walking through the actual numbers that will be presented and considered by the Village Council for shade tree funding, both on the capital side and on the operating budget for 2024. Thank you, Mayor.
Good. Thank you, Keith. And let's go to public comment. And we have a microphone, I believe, over here.
Oh, is it? It's up over there?
Oh, we're still using that? Sorry, Jim. This way. I'm new here. Yep.
All right.
Please state your name and address, 3 minutes total per person.
Thank you, Heather. Good evening. I'm Jim Morgan. I live at 140 Bel Air in Ridgewood. My family and I have lived in Ridgewood for over 30 years. Before that, I grew up in Wyckoff and Midland Park and Glen Rock, all around here. Since January this year, I've been a member of the Parks and Recreation Board. Although I just joined the PRC this year, I've served on the board of Education's liaison to Parks and Rec for over 8 years. Over that time, I've seen the expertise and professionalism of the Parks Department personnel in multiple situations. As the village has faced financial pressures that sharply limited the resources available to the department, our staff has adapted and continued to provide the residents with an excellent breadth of services. They are a gem in the village government and have earned our support. My family and I have always been impressed with the variety of activities offered by the Parks Department. From our youth dances to summer camps to senior citizen programs, all levels of residents can find valuable activities in its programs. Ridgewood's numerous parks themselves offer multiple opportunities for outdoor activities beyond just programs. In addition to the programs, the department also is responsible for many other things that significantly enhance the village. Grade and Pool, the downtown landscape are important areas for the parks. Citizen-led initiatives like the Green Team, Shade Commission, Open Spaces Committee all coordinate with and are supported by the Parks Department budget. In short, many of the things that make Ridgewood special are touched upon either directly or indirectly by the responsibilities of the Parks Department. You're now considering how to allocate the village's limited resources for the next fiscal year. Having done so in the past at the Board of E, I don't relish your opportunities. You're going to have fun. Your difficult choices will be made, and many critical services like police department, fire department require funding. My plea to you tonight is that you regard the Parks Department and its various associated activities as also critical services and fund them accordingly. This is an important department that touches on Ridgewood citizens every day in multiple ways. Please give the resources it requires. On a personal note, I'll add one other thing. I recently had heart surgery and I was in the hospital for my cardio rehab today. I took the opportunity to stop off and see Rich Brooks, who many of you know has been the longtime chairman of the commission. I can report that he's cheerful. He's got an extremely strong handshake. He's very optimistic about the future. He seconded my comments and said he really hopes that the Village Council can find ways to support the wonderful work that Parks and Rec does. And he said that he's hopeful to get out of the hospital soon and be back in full action. So with that, I'll thank you and sit down.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for your service, and thank you for stopping in to see Rich.
Hello, my name's Julia Bender. I live at 239 Claremont Road. I have 2 school-age children here in Ridgewood, a 7th grader at GW and a 3rd grader at Ridge. I'm here to request that the Village Council earmark money in order to fund Clinton Avenue to have a safe walking route to Ridge School. Clinton Avenue is the only designated direct route to the school that does not have a sidewalk. The situation has gotten increasingly unsafe with vehicular traffic ignoring soft closure signs and barriers. After a thorough analysis, the Ridgewood Police Department, with the support of the Ridgewood Engineering Department, recommended sidewalks as the safest option for our children. It has recently come to light that the soft closure is in fact unenforceable per the Ridgewood Police Department. The New Jersey Attorney General considers a street closure that only allows certain individuals, for example residents,
Can
to
the audience just
access
be a
the
little
road.
quieter? We're having trouble hearing the speaker.
Thank you. Appreciate that. The children are now walking on a road that it has no enforceable closure. We are asking elementary school children to be in charge of their own safety when it is the job of the village government and the village residents. Please prioritize our children and focus funds on safety. This is not an issue that can wait for the next budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia, and I will say that I was out there today with the village manager, someone from our engineering department, and several people from our police department surveying the issue. And we look forward to our next meeting on February 8th.
If the speakers could just speak into the microphone, it's hard to hear you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Cynthia Hallaby, 1 Franklin Avenue. I'm very much echoing what Jim Morgan said. It's a tremendous pleasure that I have to speak in favor of Parks and Rec Department under the leadership of Nancy Bigos. I've been very fortunate that I have worked with this group for at least 12 years, both in my capacity with the Conservancy and with Women Gardeners, and I know firsthand how hardworking and dedicated they are. In the big picture, we all are very much aware of their work, the big sports fields, the open park areas, the trees, the leaves, and so on. But what I would like to focus on is the added quality of life that they bring to our community. So many programs are run out of the stable and the community center. Programs for all ages, from children to seniors. Some programs vary. Some are passive, some are active, and many are educational. They run programs for our young students and scouts, for families, and many for seniors who continue to seek education and companionship. The quality of life in Ridgewood is much enhanced by the Parks and Rec Department. How sad it would be not to have a clean, safe Graydon pool, our children in summer camp, and not to be able to sit in an attractive setting to enjoy the outdoors, or even to enjoy sitting under the stars at Cashar Shell. How lucky we are to be able to enjoy other events that they bring us. For example, the magical Fire and Ice event at Graydon, s'mores during the tree lighting ceremonies, and of course my favorite, the Daffodil Festival and Earth Day Fair, just to mention a few. So I urge you to provide Parks and Rec with sufficient funds so they can continue making Ridgewood the beautiful place it is. And while I am here, I would like to add a few words about the tree wells in the CBD. It's great that they've been filled with young trees, but now we have the responsibility to maintain them. Clearly, watering and pruning are a big component, but we need to maintain their base. They need to be mulched and weeded. There is an ordinance for the landlords to maintain them, but this is impractical and not working. Last year, Councilwoman Winograd did a valiant job of recruiting volunteers for this, and I commend her. But I feel it is the responsibility of the village. At the same time, the village needs to maintain many small areas around the CBD by removing weeds which grow through the cracks in the sidewalks and along the sides of the buildings. Collectively, we need to work hard to make sure our town is as attractive and inviting as can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Carolyn Jacoby, 160 Godwin Avenue. Thank you, Cynthia, for the shout out for the CBD tree wells. Before I do my spiel about trees, I have to acknowledge the yeoman's work that our municipal staff does, and Matt Andrula is here, Declan Madden, our arborist, and of course Nancy Bigos to oversee the guys to ensure that we are able to maintain what must be done to develop and grow a vibrant tree canopy, and to Ms. Winograd for her passion about the trees and support as the liaison. But last but not least, we are so blessed to have this gentleman here. Keith Kasmark has been a very thoughtful, calming, and very wise leader. And thank you for your support. Now for trees, though. I wrote something, so I feel I have to I have to read it. The myriad benefits of trees are again worth noting. They exchange oxygen, absorb enormous amounts of carbon dioxide, which is a major driver of climate change. Trees reduce pollutants, dust, smoke, and pollen. Trees provide shade and cool the air as moisture escapes through their leaves. They increase property values, and their beauty is renowned. At this immediate time, however, their greatest benefit to our village is the ability of trees to absorb great volumes of water through their roots, leaves, and bark, and reduce stormwater runoff by decreasing peak water flows during severe rainstorms. This month alone, we have experienced 3 major rain events and the continuous flooding of municipal areas and residences. Trees of every size and type have the ability to lessen damaging effects of flooding. And a remarkable fact is a single mature oak tree can consume 40,000 gallons of water in a year and release much of it into the atmosphere as oxygen and water vapor. Growing trees is one significant and readily available way to help mitigate flooding and other adverse environmental concerns. And I know as the council confronts all of the priorities that everyone is putting forth, needless to say, trees are a major part of our infrastructure, and the budget that's being presented will help go forward in managing this great asset. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Hello, my name's Scott Muller. I live at 118 John Street, and I'm a 20-year resident of this beautiful village. I'm also the president of the Ridgewood Baseball and Softball Association, leading a group of 28 active adult volunteer board members. We represent 1,350 boys and girls in Ridgewood's largest youth program. It encompasses 4-year-olds up until high school. Kickball, t-ball, baseball, softball, and especially our all-star program for developmental, physical, and mental needs children. I'm here today to pledge my organization's full support behind the 2 projects that will promote our children's physical growth and also benefit our adults. They are upgrading the lighting at Veterans Field and to replace the barn at Habernickel with a multi-use open cover with restrooms. The lighting at Vets have been I'm not a real good public speaker, but anyway, has been a long mishmash of antiquated light poles that were too short for sporting events and leave dark spots in the middle of the field. This inadequate lighting necessitates...
Scott,
Yo.
excuse me, guys. Your voice carries in this room, so while someone is speaking, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I know you didn't realize. Go ahead, Scott.
The inadequate lighting necessitates the usage of 6 to 8 gas-powered portable lighting trailers that even have shorter poles with lights on them. Our citizens can't use the track around the field after dark. Our cash our shell events are virtually in the dark and require flashlights to leave the venue. Have you ever attended the July 4th fireworks and tried to collect your children, blankets, chairs, and trash in the darkness? Wouldn't it be safer for the police to flip a switch and light the whole field for exiting? It's time to upgrade our very tired flagship facility. The other project will upgrade and allow more citizens to use Habernickel. replacing the vacant and decaying barn with a covered picnic area with working restrooms. This would not only attract all ages to a very beautiful facility, but it would also provide a safety shelter for our children during a lightning or other inclement weather storms. On a lighter note, who would miss those porta-johns up there anyway? Our Parks and Rec staff, headed by Nancy Bigos, is dedicated to maintaining our facilities for the safety of our children. I applaud them for their tireless efforts to support the physical well-being of our town. We all have knowledge of the benefits of physical daily activity and the detriments of extended smartphone usage in our children ever-developing minds. These projects will promote an active lifestyle for our kids. I'm willing to team up with the other sports organizations to make a gift to help offset some of the development cost. This will ensure our skin in the game approach. We cannot allow a few self-interest people to creep into these projects. We can work together to upgrade our beautiful parks that will benefit both the active and passive interests of our village. Ridgewood residents deserve top-notch facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here, and I'm so happy to have had the privilege of being a lifelong resident of Ridgewood. I love living here. I love the trees. And if there's one thing Your in name and Ridgewood that address, ma'am? really is for Ma'am, everyone, your name and address? it's the trees.
Name and address, Nancy. You need to give your name and address
Oh,
to begin.
sorry.
All right.
Nancy Brennan Hill, 136 Doremus Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. So you all know I love the trees, and I think people before me have spoken more adequately about the benefit that the trees provide for all of us. I know for generations they were ignored. That was a big comparison to the way they were taken care of when I were little. If a tree went down, you know, people would run out, they'd plant another one. On my own yard, we lost a maple tree, a Norway maple. They came out, planted a linden tree, and I was too young to understand, you know, I should have been out there watering it. Linden tree died. Before I knew it, they came out and planted a tree whose name I can never forget, that is not recommended because it poisons the soil or something, but it's beautiful looking. It's still there and it's thriving. So I'd like to thank the current council and the few previous councils that did put large chunks of money into the budget to support trees. And if ever there was a time to put even more money in, it's really now. And I just urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Victoria Van Dyke, 614 Robert Street. Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Briefly, I hope everyone is well. Considering the overarching topic of the budget tonight, I wanted to bring everyone's attention to the wonderful strides that Shade Tree Committee has kind of accomplished regarding new trees planting and watering within the town in the last few years. That being said, I believe we also should be additionally focusing on other programs that need help, such as the utilization of our parks, and from my own experience of director of Ridgewood Summer Day Camp, the needs of the camp program as well. As director of the summer camp and member of the PRC board, I have had the wonderful opportunity to work with our parks director, Nancy Bigos, who has listened to my feedback regarding the needs of my campers and staff with empathy and care. As we listen to budget proposals and presentations tonight, I ask that we consider parks and their additional programs and thank all staff and village council for their continued support. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
Hello, my name is Liz Cloak. I live at 383 Vesta Court. I've been a member of the PRC for the last 2 years, and I previously served from 2008 to 2020. I've raised my 4 kids in Ridgewood, and I've been very active in many organizations in the village, including College Club, Social Service, Mount Carmel, various HSAs, youth sports, Ridgewood basketball, lacrosse. I'm most proud of serving on the PRC and the grade and swim team. The work of the PRC touches every village resident, all ages, diverse interests, and has a wonderful ability to bring people together to create positive impacts and produce successful outcomes. I'm sure you're all familiar with the specifically designed senior programs, thank you, Deanna, offered throughout the year: strength training, Zumba, bridge, mahjong, and the amazing movies and talks hosted by our hobbyists. There are a full slate of youth and middle school programs as well, interesting, innovative educational stuff, web design, table tennis, and recently a program on the dangers of vaping. This is only during the cold months. All year long, the PRC provides both recreational and educational instruction to our residents, which enriches their lives, gets them involved, and gives folks a sense of belonging and community. I'm here today to first thank you all for your support and the trust that you put on us as PRC members. I next want to ask that you endorse Nancy's budget to help us continue to move forward, enhancing and enriching our programs, upgrading our facilities, and give us the opportunity to do much more. As we all try to tackle the many, many challenges brought on with flooding, field overuse, increasing demand, and limited resources, let us focus and build on what we do have. We know we have people who like to be together. They like to be outside, and they like to feel safe, and they like clean, green surroundings. So Vets needs better lighting. Tabernacle needs shade and restrooms, and the plantings need upkeep. I understand there's limitations. That is why I and other members of the Community Center Advisory Board are embarking on a very aggressive fundraising drive to help provide additional resources and to also let residents know that their support is needed. Many times, especially in a place like Ridgewood, all you have to do is ask. So tonight, I'm asking all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Andrew Lowry, 441 Hawthorne Place. I'm going to be brief. I'm not here to talk about the benefits of trees. Carolyn has covered that pretty well: cooling, air quality, stormwater, etc., and beauty. Beauty matters too. What I'm here to do is make a case for existing trees that we have invested in, trees that are 50 years old, sometimes 100 years old, that need to be taken care of. I use the analogy of you buy a car, you polish it for a couple of years, and then you leave it alone, and what happens? We have a wonderful crew headed by Nancy, Matt, Declan, Dina, who can take care of our trees, but we have to invest in pruning, treating when necessary, and watching over them. The analogy of a new tree planted versus a 50-year-old tree is about 20 to 1 in terms of air quality and all the other benefits. So I'm making the case it's important to plant new trees, but it's important to keep the ones we have healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Anyone else in the room? No? We have some people on hybrid access.
The first person up is Annie.
Annie, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you'd state your name and address, please.
My name is Ann Loving, and I live at 342 South Irving Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I would like to thank all of you for the hard work that you're going to be putting in developing this budget. I completely agree with everyone who has spoken in favor of trees, because I think quality of life in our town is very important, and maintaining and increasing our number of trees is just critical. I also hope that public safety will be at the forefront in terms of sidewalks, Kingsbridge Lane Bridge, and so on. I sincerely hope that we do not, in any of these meetings, hear the F word. That is the furlough word, which we heard last year. Please do not even consider furloughing. I also hope that the enormous tax increase that we had last year won't be repeated this year. And finally, in terms of trees, which I agree with all the previous speakers, but one of the first things is please do not cut down all those trees at Shedler and cover it with a rubber rug. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ann.
Next person up is Susan.
Susan, you're up.
Hello, Susan Ruan, 705 Kingsbridge Lane. I apologize, I didn't prepare anything specifically to speak about. I do want to thank you guys for all the work that you put in, because I know I never say enough thank yous to you guys. The next is, I hope that the Kingsbridge Lane footbridge or East Saddle River footbridge is on the budget, because it is desperately needed. Also, I will advocate also for the Glen sidewalks, because I do drive my son into town in the morning, and I'm horrified on how busy that street is and can't imagine children walking up and down that street. And I would also ask, I know that in light of all the storms that we recently had and all the talk about the flooding, is to put something in maintenance for the rivers or the riverway, all the different waterways. I'm not just speaking for Saddle River. I know that there are other waterways throughout Ridgewood that people have come up to me and told me that they're also impacted by the waters flooding around their house. So that is something that I will ask, that, which I know the budget's only so much, but to start looking at how to maintain these different waterways, especially since Ridgewood has so many. I don't think Blue Acres will buy everyone out in this area that's impacted by flooding. So I think we have to figure out other means of also maintaining. And I do want to agree with everyone that has spoken tonight about the trees. It is very important to maintain. And also in light of all the flooding, to change the topography up at Shedler by removing the old trees that do absorb so many gallons of water, I fear what will happen again to Saddle River and to the residents there. But thank you again. Good luck with the budget.
Thank you, Susan.
Next person is Denise.
Good evening, Denise. You're up.
Super. Denise Lima, 319 East Glen Ave. Been a resident for 20 years. I just want to thank everybody for inviting the public to this. I know it's complex. I know it's really challenging, and it's certainly not easy. A lot of long hours. So thank you to all the department leads for helping to prepare and for giving insights to the residents. We had a pretty high increase last year of almost 6%. The discussion about the furloughs. And so I think I'd like each department, if they can, to really let us know what you're doing different, how you're reinventing, how you're transforming, how you're being creative in your ways of working, so that we prevent this and go back to the 0% tax increases. There's several towns around us in Bergen County that did not get the COVID credit and still was able to keep the taxes at 0. So these are going to be really a challenge, everybody. Like, we all have to, residents, departments, dig down on what we would do different. So the discussions about sharing services with other towns to reduce our costs or get more revenues. What is each department doing or thinking about that? Maybe we change our collection of garbage and that everybody needs to bring it to the curb. Maybe we change our trucks that are getting the garbage to be more automated like Paramus. Maybe we don't collect leaves anymore. So Fair Lawn, Saddle River, some of the other towns, they don't do curb collection. They kept their taxes low by making the residents, mulch, bag, get their landscapers to do it. Maybe we don't have paid firemen. Maybe it's volunteering. I know these are not good topics with people. They're not topics that people often want to talk about. I myself don't want to take my garbage out to the curb. It's 400 feet. But, we all have to think about taxes and how to do things differently. I think we need some more money spent in the building department where we have more code enforcers that can enforce the planning board, the board of adjustments, things that are happening, permits, and really watch what people are doing in town and the developers. I think we need a real honest conversation about all of our fleet, all of our trucks across the board. And I think I saw in the 2023, the flood appropriation dollars was $0. So I definitely think we need a hard conversation about that as well this year. So thanks for allowing me to give my feedback.
Thank you, Denise. And that's all we have. And so I'm going to close public comment, but I want to take a moment to thank everyone, first of all, for being here. The annual budget is where it all starts for the rest of the year. And getting your input is critical because we hear what you have to say. And of course, there are competing demands. And we will try to address everyone's needs and everyone's desires. And we will try to keep our tax rate at a reasonable rate. And we will try for lots of things. And we appreciate everyone being here. But I especially have to thank those people who serve on our boards, our committees, coach our teams, run our sports organizations, those people who work to make our village the great place that it really is. So I want to thank you all. And with that, we will now begin our budget process for 2024.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank our professional staff here in the village for beginning this budget process back in September of last year. As of today, we have had at least 3 meetings with each of our department directors and many of our supervisors to assess their needs coming out of a very difficult 2023 budget preparation year as we head into calendar year 24. Bob started to meet with each of the department directors back in the fall for a first glance and to get a better understanding of what each department director's needs are within their respective jurisdictions. And over the last 2 weeks, we've had follow-up meetings to refine those requests, with myself included, in order to present the very preliminary budget that the council received on Friday to kick off budget meetings for tonight. What I can report to you is that we do not have all of our year-end numbers in yet. We expect those to be finalized by the end of this week. And then it'll probably take an additional week to 10 days for us to do all of the calculations and apply last year's revenue, surplus numbers, all the different factors that go into calculating what the potential tax impact would be on the municipal budget. So we will not have that number probably until mid-February. So as we wrap up our budget hearings, which these truly, at least from my perspective, are hearings for the departments to come in and make their case to the council as to what their set of priorities are for 2024. And then as we head through the end of that process, we'll be able to come back to you with a more refined understanding of what the appropriations will look like, what the revenues will look like, what the projected revenues will look like, and ultimately what the financial impact on the taxpayer would be. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob Rooney for some preliminary comments.
So, Village Council, I just want to let you know that we received the complete cooperation of all the department heads and their staff. They were fantastic in responding to our requests. They met everything timely. They were well informed, and when we sat down with our meetings, they did their homework. So I thank you all for that, and I think you should just be honored that we have that type of personnel in our organization. Tonight, the departments are going to be presenting to you their operating requests, as well as capital that we discussed at our Thursday meeting. We finalized and we're all in agreement as to where we want to go with. Again, preliminary, just for your information. Obviously, you'll have the opportunity to ask them questions, and we'll move forward. The only comment I will ask our departments is that you try to adhere to the timetable that we established so that we can move this thing forward and try to wrap all the assigned departments in tonight. Thank you.
So, Mayor, we're going to begin tonight with Parks and Recreation. For those of you who have reviewed your binder, it is in the order as it will be presented. And actually, the department head's name is actually assigned on a yellow tab, and then the individual sections of their budget will follow that yellow tab. So first up tonight is our Director of Parks and Recreation, Nancy Bigos. Nancy, if you would introduce your staff that's here with you for the public's edification, and then we'll jump right in to your 2024 budget presentation.
My pleasure, Manager. Thank you. Next to me, I have my Parks and Shade Tree Supervisor, Matt Andrula. Next to him is my Recreation Supervisor, Katie Fry, and our Program Coordinator for our Community Center, Deanna Shablik. Good evening. Once again, I sit beside you and I say thank you. Thank you, my village manager, for the support, the guidance, the understanding, resources, and staff to bring a wide variety of quality programs and facilities and service to our Ridgewood residents. I am incredibly proud of my team for their steadfast dedication, loyalty, and as you know, this starts at the top. Both my Recreation Supervisor and my Parks Shade Tree Supervisor, their support staff, and the men in the field. Each of us keeps in mind that as a society, we are recreating more every day, one way or another, and then each and every day throughout the year, it's those services that we bring to the community. I also value the relationship that exists with the various advisory boards under our jurisdiction. PRC Board, the Open Space Committee, the Fields Committee, the Community Center Advisory Board, the Shade Tree Commission, Project Pride, and the Cowshell Shell Committee. That's a lot of meetings. It's a lot of voices that we represent within our community. Each board is engaged in hearing the voice of our residents, the public, through assessing their needs and finding solutions through monthly meetings, conferences, programs, beautification mornings together, park walks, and visits are the important ways that our community comes together to provide this municipal service. So very much is happening throughout our village community. My sincerest appreciation to my friends within the Conservancy for Ridgewood Public Lands and the Women Gardeners of Ridgewood, who unselfishly tend our municipal public gardens through their own volunteer efforts. What am I about to share with you this evening are, quite frankly, the needs and desires of our residents and how they have communicated through myriad ways, whether it's directly with us as professional staff, if it's through my liaisons, if it's coming to a PRC board or a meeting like tonight. The voice of our residents comes to us and is heard. Whether they participate in active or passive recreation, our hopes are to upgrade our park inventory and provide a finer quality of service to our residents. My first request to you is staffing. Departmentally, we have reached the tipping point where change is most needed. And support, I ask you for the growing demand of the service for our residents. The sophistication of leisure time services, whether it's everyday programs, after-school activity, special events throughout our community, there is an increase for professional assistance and daily maintenance each and every day. The first request is for a recreation program specialist. This certified parks and recreation professional would have a solid understanding and knowledge and education to upgrade our professional operations. This would occur beyond the 4:30 day that most of us end from 8:30 to 4:30 each day, and also be able to work with our staff on the weekends. We are often asked to provide programs and customer service beyond the regular workday. This professional would also handle the intricacies of the master library, new facility, and building online scheduling platform for the thousands of residents that request use of our municipal facilities. A solid understanding of scheduling, liability, program details, event needs, and maintenance is a must for this professional. An additional parks employee would take a great deal of pressure off our already overburdened staff. To maintain our properties each and every day through this greater park use has become burdensome. Ball fields, open space, meadows, lawns, parks, Vets Field, Van Ness Square, Graydon Pool, and the host of special events that are held at least weekly, if not more, at each of these sites need someone to maintain these properties. As you drive through our community, please take note of the many ways that we recreate, and that the greater use of our municipal parks, open space, and meadows. So that's it for staffing. Next, I want to move on to you and very quickly just address my goals. My goals are reflected through the capital and operating budget requests to you. Very simply, they are the enhancement of the electronic technology and the deliveries, whether it's Group Spot, our new village website, master library. We need to engage in this and bring this information to our residents. Upgrades and enhancement to the community center have been discussed on several different meetings. That's important to us, and we'll address that later. The infrastructure within our municipal parks facilities, they're worn. It's time. So I'm going to bring to you the retrofit of and possible LED lighting at Veterans Field, a shelter restroom at Habernickel, and the shade tree planting and watering for us to be able to continue to grow an urban forest. So first, if we can, just to reiterate a little bit more on each of these, I'd like to talk to you about my number one project. That is a retrofit for new LED lighting at Veterans Field. I can share with you that the initial lighting that you see there today was installed in 1980. The last retrofit happened in 2001. It's time for LED. This facility is used from sun up to sundown every single day. Many of you know that you walk around that park at 5:30, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. That facility is used by sports groups. It's used by the Cashel Shell. It's used for the 4th of July. It's used for the Memorial Day run. And it's used for that type of passive recreation that's really important for our everyday health. Just the ability to take a walk, for the little ones to ride their bikes, for two girlfriends to walk side by side, pushing strollers. That's the importance of what we do. So lighting is important for this facility. I have talked to my CFO and my village manager about potential outside funding. whether it's the Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund, whether it's our own municipal open space, whether it's the PSE&G ratables that we'll look for, and support from our youth sports groups. Second on my list of passionate requests is, so the price tag for Vets Field is $700,000. Bear in mind that that full ticket price has to be placed within the budget as a price holder. The Bergen County Open Space is a 50-50 match. The ratables will be applied, hopefully some in-house open space. So we'll be able to configure that number greatly.
And if I may on that, so the highest award from the Bergen County Open Space Trust Fund in 2023 for any municipal open space project was $200,000. So I'm not saying that there's any guarantee that Bergen County would bestow that on Ridgewood, but that's sort of our target number. And then obviously we would have the money in place through the full appropriation of the $700,000 to match that. We are meeting in the next 2 weeks with PSE&G to talk about their incentive program. They have provided various programs to municipalities who have chosen to relight any sports athletic fields, and they provide incentives in that regard. So we are going to sit down and drill down as to what those ratables might be from that perspective. And then Nan has talked about the possibility of looking at our local open space trust fund or some aid from the sports teams, which, Scott, we appreciate that gesture tonight. So that's $700,000. That'll be discussed later when we talk about the full capital budget. That's not an actual number that we would realize in debt service. So I just want that to be clear as Nan makes her presentation.
Could I just, this is so sterile, and I just want to say a couple things. First of all, thank you to your whole entire, for people watching at home, we have the whole Parks and Recreation Board here, the Shade Tree Commission, Nancy. I often joke as a W, it was so exciting to see my committees go first. But I do want to add to this that the improved lighting, all the things that Nancy's saying, but we do have neighbors, and it will improve the quality of life of people who live around the fields. This is an issue that the Board of Ed has also had because they have lighting issues and spillage, and because people are watching, and I want this to be community-oriented, if you go to Maple when the lights are on and you step out onto Meadowbrook, it's like nothing. There's no spillage, and you actually get to see a technology that a prior capital investment has invested in, and people on Meadowbrook are so happy about the lights because they're not shining in their room. So, you know, one, I think this is very exciting, and two, I just want to make sure if anybody wants to see it in real live action, we've already done the investment on Maple, and everything that Nancy's going to say, our parks need to be invested, but the lighting does have a serious impact around people, and we're three sides of neighbors around here, and they get, you know, when we talk about benefits to parks and the impact on the neighbors, we have many existing parks who've shouldered a lot of the burden here. So I did just want to challenge everybody when the lights are on to go to Maple, see it, and step out and be like, oh, that's what they're talking about, because it's a major quality of life improvement for the neighbors around existing parks.
And through you, Mayor, should this capital request be approved by council, one of the first things we plan to do is have a meeting with all of the neighbors who surround Vets Park to illustrate exactly what the councilwoman just spoke to, so that they can see for themselves how this would actually improve their quality of life if the retrofitting was to go through.
And Keith, would we have, I know you said that 700,000 is a placeholder, would we have a better idea closer to when we vote on the budget what the actual number would be, or we just have to assume it's 700 and whenever we get back is gravy?
So 700 would be, the way we would fund it, we would want the council to approve the full 700, and then whatever incentives or whatever grant money that we would be able to achieve or realize, that would just be reduced. So when you appropriate these dollars, we're not taking on any type of debt service until we're actually spending it. So we would appropriate the entire 700,000, whatever number comes off of that from other funding sources. We would just not take that on as debt service, and then when the project is done, Bob would cancel the balance.
So my only concern
There's no harm to the taxpayer.
That's great. My only concern is, and Scott, thank you for stepping up and speaking on this, is that if we are going to solicit private funds think it's going to be hard if people already know that we've already paid for it and we're getting it, because then it's just basically a donation to offset our capital budget versus if people were donating money thinking if we don't donate money, we may not get it. So if we are looking at some private sources, I'd be interested to know even a ballpark of what we think we could raise before we vote. Because again, I think once we vote in favor of it, it's going to be very hard to get folks to kind of open their wallets.
And the only portion of the money that I would feel comfortable doing that would be any private donations. Any public,
Yeah, of course. No,
any
private,
public
I'm
money
talking
that we
exclusively about the
solicited from
private,
Bergen County or any other source, I would want that fully appropriated, and then we would just cancel the balance.
Yeah, no, agreed on that. I think the private funds only.
It's okay. Thank you. I think we clarified.
I just have one question. I don't know if anybody knows, because it's a Board of Ed field, but Stevens.
They don't have these
They're not
lights.
LED.
So I don't know if they're LED, but help me out here, I always call it Musco is the vendor who we met with, and they're all the rage. And so when we looked at them, we have on PRC, we have a Board of Ed liaison, and I believe those lights, not to get too into the Board of Ed, are 15 feet higher, and they have greater spillage than ours. I can't say that they're not LED on Stevens, but their spillage rate is significantly higher than Maple. So, I think that's an opportunity for us to engage in our purchasing power, because we can't dictate what type of investment that people do on the Board of Ed side, but we do hear from the sports groups consistently about the improved lighting and how beneficial it is from a safety perspective and from a neighbor's perspective regarding spillage. And, a lot of people who come to us don't realize we're not the Board of Ed and that's not our field. But I do believe, and I don't want to overstep, it's their decision, we are just the council, but I do believe there's lighting efficiencies that could be sought on the Board of Ed side in reduction of height and improvement of spillage.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was just curious, because I do know that the neighbors in that area are not happy.
Yeah, the technology now, Councilwoman, is beyond belief. I mean, it's really, like the Councilwoman said, you could be on the field and it could be lit up like MetLife Stadium, and you could walk out to the curb and you wouldn't know there was a ball game going on behind you. The other thing I will say is that this plan with the $700,000 actually allows us to light the ball fields. It does sort of amaze me that we don't have any well-lit diamonds to be able to play night baseball or softball games here in the village. This would correct that moving forward, and it would allow for night games to be played on Veterans Field.
And I'm sorry, Nancy, I will let you go back, but this is like an important topic. Do we have any costs that we would offset in the current lights? I know we use the generators. They're not nice. My kid plays soccer out there. It's not great. But what do we cost? I'd be interested to know what that costs, because presumably that would be a savings that we could log against the $700,000 if we were, going to do this. But again,
on the generators, I do want to add that, because the generators are noisy, loud, and kind of gross. And again, going to the quality of life and the improvement to not just people participating on the field in a traditional sportsman idea, they contribute to environmental
they're
issues.
terrible.
And they're somewhat hazardous in situations, and the safety aspect of the new lighting, outside of traditional sports, you've all been on a field when it went completely dark, possibly with a grandparent, and we have the walkers out here. It's overall the improved lighting hits on everything that all the first public commenters, it's a quality of life issue. I'm not entirely sure, Nan, who pays for the full generators. I know some of the sports groups
The
contribute.
youth sports groups do.
So I don't believe it'll be a reduction to us,
So no
but it
offset.
will
Okay.
just be, the offset is we don't generate the gas, the noise, no one runs into it, and it's a safer field.
no,
They're
it's
far
a great
from
idea.
ideal.
It's just a matter of can we pay for it, and that's always my question, and that's what I was trying to get at. But again, Nancy, I know we've talked over you like quite a bit, although I know Pam, you're going to jump in, but I felt bad because we broke your stride.
It's okay.
Man,
You
go.
know what? As long as all of your questions are answered, then I've done my job, right? So we're moving
Do you want to
forward.
continue?
Sure.
Okay.
Or
I do
am I
have a
done
question.
at 6 o'clock?
I do have,
Oh,
so the portable lights that we have, what will we do with them?
so Pam, just so that you understand, all of the portable lights within the village of Ridgewood that you see on our municipal sports fields are owned by each of the youth sports groups. So Maroons, junior football, RSA, that they own those.
Gotcha.
So I can also share with you, just for you to rest a little bit at ease, when we did the public hearing for the open space, which we'd have to do if we apply for the grant for the permanent lighting at Vets Field, at Maple, that was a $600,000 price tag that we went in We were able to get $200,000 from Bergen County, 145 from the youth sports groups, and 145 from our municipal budget. We also held a public hearing with no less than 15 residents on both sides, right? Understanding, trying to learn. Since that permanent lighting has been installed, I have not had one complaint, which is surprising because there was sincere understanding and concern for the residents that were directly accessible and contiguous to that property. Not a complaint. So it will make a difference. It's a quality product, and I really feel it's time. So next on my list of capital budget requests is the possibility of a new shelter, pavilion, and restrooms at Habernacle Park. With your approval back in December, we talked about the demolition of that barn that sadly has been able to depreciate and over the years. Our conceptual thoughts, and I can share with you that this is conceptual, are for a 24 by 76 structure on a cement pad that will allow children a place to gather when storms occur. That is one of my major problems in this northwest farthest corner of the village, is that when the storms do come up through Habernacle, and whether it's a youth sports groups, a program at Health Barn, a program that Parks and Recreation is hosting, or the Boy Scouts with a rocket launch, when those storms come through, these children and adults need someplace to go. So we've been using that little tiny alcove that's probably the size of these two tables for people to run under. People diverse really quickly for their cars. And then oftentimes Stacy will open the garage at the gatehouse for them just to seek shelter immediately until the storm passes. So inclement weather, lightning is really a major concern for me as a mom and a Parks and Recreation professional, and for us to be able to provide our residents a place to go. The other benefit is that we will have a new place to host events. So whether it's a picnic, whether it's a church group, whether it's a Girl Scout organization coming together to work on their badges, it gives us an outdoor pavilion and an outdoor gathering place for us to be able to assemble. Restrooms are definitely a part of this equation. You know how I feel about restrooms. Don't say it, Siobhan. We've been able to move forward with the gift from Mr. Bolger and those restrooms at the stable, coming together with my friends in engineering and retrofitting vets with those restrooms. Outdoor restrooms are really important to all of our residents. So I really want you to consider that for us. And that's it on that.
Questions, anyone?
So going back to operating, high level, how much percentage increase are you asking for? And how much is offset by raising in fees?
Okay. You got this?
Give you a percentage number. I don't know what that final was. I can tell you that our operating stayed pretty stagnant. What was removed from our operating budget last year, we asked back for. We did have to cut certain things, and we did make do, but things where maybe we didn't send out 2 informational brochures for grade and pool, we only sent out 1. We've asked for those funds back. When it comes to what we're bringing in, we have, since talking to Mr. Rooney over the summer, added an additional, it's now 25% fee that we take from our vendors when we work with them instead of a 20%. We are collecting out-of-town fees, and we have gone back to look at our programs that we're offering to see what is competitive with other groups, what supplies can be purchased with that if we have to pay for those, and then what can keep us competitive with other people if we don't want to price ourselves out. So I think we're right at that line. We should be able to generate some more with these fees, but still be reasonable that we're not losing patrons.
So the overall percentage of increase, I'm trying to just figure out what the net extra you're asking for is. Respect the fact that you're not have a number yet. How many digits are in the percent, and what does it start with?
I don't think that there are digits in the percent.
Good answer.
I think
What is it, what's the first?
we were giving the directive to keep our budgets flat.
Great answer.
Just so that you know that.
Okay. And how successful were you?
Absolutely, positively, straight on.
Okay.
CFO, back me up here.
Can I just make a point?
Okay.
And this is probably something I should have said at the top of the meeting. In your actual budget summary sheet, which is in the front of each, right behind each tab, it's the front page for each area we're going to speak about tonight. I did ask the finance department to add in the 2002 appropriations in one of the columns. The reason I asked for the 22 appropriations to be added is because there were some significant cuts that we're all familiar needed to be made in 2023 in order to get under the appropriations and the tax levy cap. Some of what we're doing tonight, and as we go through these budget meetings, is you're going to start to see some of those line items be restored. Some of them were exceeded in 2023 because obviously we had to buy chemicals for the pool. So it exceeded what was budgeted in 2023, and we made transfers before the end of the year to correct that. But I did want the council to be able to see the 22 numbers in comparison to what was budgeted for in 23 when the cuts really needed to be made versus what we're going back to try to restore in 2024. So I just want to point that out, and you'll see a consistent theme with that in certain line items that exceeded last year's budget number as we go through each of these departments.
So that's helpful. I guess my only, and again, it's always easy to have 20/20 hindsight, is that it looks like it's broken out by each individual department as opposed to like everything that Nancy's in charge of. So I see grade and I see rec. I don't see one to cover.
Yeah, and that's just how the state budget format is formatted, Councilman. So that's why it's broken up into these different tabs.
Because I do want to give credit if grade is spending more but rec is spending less. Like I want to give you credit for that. And obviously income matters to me. I know that's a separate conversation.
Sure.
But also I do want to give credit if you all find ways to make more money for the village. You all should be able to spend more money for the village. So those are going to be some of my questions I'm going to have as we get deeper into this.
Sure.
But again, I don't want to blow this up. I want to hear everything. The fact that the number is flattish is a really good answer. So I will very much keep an open mind.
And at the February 21st meeting, we will do a deep dive into the revenues because by that time, everything will have been collected and inputted into the 24 spending plan. So.
I do want to echo, because Nancy doesn't do this all the time, but the Parks Department is continually asked to do more, and do more. And when we took our seats last year, in my opinion, we haven't invested in parks and trees with no judgment to prior councils as much as I would have liked to have seen. We've spent money to buy Master Library, and we've relied on interns and Katie working with those interns to bring this important piece of software that will help manage our existing inventory of space and our field utilization, and we're relying on interns. So I do agree that prior investment in the department hasn't been as robust as I would like to see it. That would echo all the sentiments. I mean, we are really in the Parks Department relying on volunteers financially. We ask our sports groups for a lot. We ask the women's gardeners for a lot. We ask our shade tree. I mean, don't get me started on how tough mulching is because I did it to save money this year. So I do want to say that they've done a really good job, and every single year we ask them to do one little bit more, and I think it's, to quote Nancy, it's at a tipping point. But I just want to say thank you, because I know we do ask a lot, and Katie, thank you for managing the intern with the software. And if anybody wants to find out more about Master Library, Katie's running a training session tomorrow night.
And Mayor, along those lines, I just want to echo the Councilwoman's comments here. keep in mind what we're talking about tonight are asks, right? And depending on where we stand budgetarily and the impact on the taxpayer, much of this can change between now and the mid-March when this budget's proposed to be introduced. But I do want to say that when it comes to the staffing levels, I think Nan has made her case. We cannot sustain operating Master Library without additional personnel. I've had extensive conversations with the new superintendent of schools. They do have an employee that spends a good portion of her full-time job dealing with the administration of Master Library on the Board of Education side. And for us to be able to match that on the village side, which a commitment was made long before I arrived here, that was the direction the village and the Board of Education were going to go collectively in partnership, we're going to need to provide that additional staffing to make Master Library work here. In addition to that, parks and shade tree are a yeoman's task, and being able to keep up with that, especially in light of recent weather events that we've experienced, I think Matt and Nan's recommendation for additional personnel there is warranted. It's also a challenge to try to recruit people, especially in the tree maintenance area. We've gone out to private entities that provide those services and try to recruit from the private sector to come over to the public sector, but it is a challenge to recruit folks in that space.
So I also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more capital requests. So,
You didn't, I don't think you spoke about number 3. You did the LED lighting, the shelter, and 3 was trees.
Well,
But you didn't really.
okay, so the other thing, yeah.
If everybody wants to refer to this spreadsheet, this can walk you through exactly what each of the department requests are.
Thank you. So the next request is the $50,000 turf replacement initiative that was started by Councilman Seaton 6 years ago. He requested that we set aside $50,000 each year in a sinking fund in order for us to have the appropriate monies in 10 years to replace the field at Maple Park. Next is a request regarding my Parks Division. I'm looking for $100,000 for a new F-350 pickup truck with a plow. This vehicle will replace a vehicle, sadly, that it's already been taken out of commission through Parks. So your approval on that request is graciously appreciated. The next request is for an Avante mini loader with a plow. This piece of equipment can do it all. It can pick up logs, it can move topsoil, transport clay, plow sidewalks. It's an uncovered, mini loader, like it says. The beauty of it is that it can help us plow sidewalks, since that service has been brought in-house in the last 2 years. So all of our operational staff are plowing streets and municipal sidewalks within the village. It's a very versatile piece of equipment which can serve us in a myriad of ways. It can bring equipment to the pool. It can help us with trash removal at our major events. It's really versatile, and we're grateful.
Where would you be storing that?
In the Parks yard.
Is there room for it?
Yeah, we'll make room. Yeah.
Maybe you can stack them?
So next, I'm sorry because I see that my friends in engineering are here. The next request is $300,000 for a fall residential tree planting. Just so that you understand the requirements with this, we are hoping to plant an additional 200 trees under this program and water for the following year for these trees. Also within the shade tree area would be a $90,000 request, and this would be to finalize the CBD project completely. We are looking for to be able to plant 12 additional trees to finalize the CBD, and then be able to water not only the trees that we planted last year, but also the trees that we will plant this year, and then to be able to sustain them the following year. We have realized that our trees are an investment in our infrastructure, living, breathing plant material that needs to be watered in order for it to continue to grow healthily. So I think, my friends, in regards to capital budget, that is where we are.
And if I may, just with regard to Shade Tree, so I did reference at the top of the meeting that there were emails circulating over the weekend that reflected a very preliminary number for the Shade Tree Commission capital request for 2024. I believe it was submitted to Bob back in September. That number has evolved as we learned more about the mission and what the Shade Tree Commission and the Parks Department were looking to accomplish when it comes to tree planting in the village. And as Nan said, that $300,000 request for residential shade trees will amount to approximately 200 new trees to be planted in 2024 and subsequent watering in order to sustain their growth. With regard to the $90,000, there are three parts to the CBD planting. One is that all the trees that were planted in calendar year 22 would continue the watering efforts downtown. All of the trees that were planted, there were 12 new trees planted in 2023. The watering would continue for that block of trees. And then in 2024, we'd be looking at 37?
No, the other
I'm
way,
sorry,
12.
37 trees were planted in 23, 12 new trees would be planted in 24, all of them would be collectively watered.
Correct.
So that is the ask for capital for 2024. We also met prior to this meeting tonight with Nancy, with Carolyn, the chair of the Shade Tree Commission, and the council liaison, Councilwoman Winograd. There is a $60,000 available balance in prior capital, which they are going to take back to their Shade Tree Commission next Tuesday, the 13th, and they're going to have a discussion about how best to appropriate that additional capital, which most likely will be for maintenance and pruning. But that is a discussion that the committee needs to have before we come to conclusion on that.
I'm sorry, Keith, how many trees did you say that $300,000 would plant?
$300,000 in the residential will be 200. There were 37 trees planted in 2023 downtown. There would be 12 additional in 2024.
Thank you.
And in addition to that, I just want to mention under Shade Tree, we are also working with the committee on the new tree ordinance. Matt Rogers is currently drafting that up for the committee's review. And one of the requests that they've had is tree enforcement. And we have budgeted a part-time position. That person will likely be compensated hourly to come in and provide that service to the village as a whole. So that is also included in the part-time operating request under staffing under parks. So I just wanted to note that as well. That was not a request of the Parks Department. It was a request of the manager after consulting with the Shade Tree Commission on their needs with regard to the revised ordinance. And I know there are a number of council members who have asked for an uptick in enforcement when it comes to tree maintenance as well.
Okay. I just have a couple questions. Are you done, Nancy?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So on the person you want, the rec program specialist, will that be a full-time job, part-time job?
We're hoping for a part-time position. We have been looking at a salary range between $44,000 and $55,000.
For part-time?
For full-time.
Oh, full-time.
Full-time, yeah. Truthfully, I'm looking for a Parks and Recreation professional, someone that is trained in the mechanics and the philosophy of what we believe and what we do. You know, we are incredibly anally detailed when you think about each and every event. You know, so if you've ever planned a golf outing or an event for church or the temple, or so, you know what goes into each and every event. I can tell you honestly, in the decades that I've been an employee, that has become much more sophisticated in regards to liability, in regards to parental approval requests. for the last 20 years, we have relied on our volunteers to put together that field schedule. This came before me for the first time through Councilman Ramon Hache. You know, he thought it was time for us to take this business into our own hands and manage our own parks and facilities. So that's how it initially started, Councilwoman, and we've gotten ourselves to a point.
And this person, if I understood you correctly, they would be working kind of after hours and weekends.
So that's our desire, and that's
that
what...
sounds like it would be really hard to find somebody
Well,
willing to do that.
sad but true, right? All of us in the recreation field understand that we don't recreate between weekdays, between 8:30 and 4:30. Some people have that benefit, some people have that privilege. The most of us do not, right? So understanding in the field, and the three of us at this table kind of knew that when we got into it. You know, I can say that we're people. You know, we understand people's needs. We understand the quality of life. We understand what keeps them healthy. And we really think that this person will be able to be flexible and be able to, you know, possibly give us a couple of nights at the stable. You know, some of our concerns are if somebody wants to buy a badge, but they can't do it, you know, they can purchase their badge online, which I'm very proud of, but they can't get their picture taken. So it's frustrating for them, right? Because they can't come during the day. So maybe even just to be able to offer 1 or 2 nights a week, and maybe that occasional Saturday morning, would just give our residents a little bit more freedom and the opportunity to further what they love.
Fair enough. Then the next...
Just add on to that, going back to what Evan had asked, it would also help us with revenue, because now we can offer a little bit more. One of the hangups that we're starting to see with after-school programming is the schools offer after schools, parents that don't get out of work till later. If we're only offering programs till 4:30 or 5 o'clock, we're very limited. If we have somebody who has a different set of hours and can stay a little bit later, we can now offer a 5 to 6 program, a 6 to 7, and even more adult programs for the working parent. And then we'd be able to generate a little bit more revenue on that side.
That sounds good. And then getting back to the pavilion, on the Capitol, it shows that shelter pavilion structure, $340,000. And then on the next line, it says installation, concrete slab, footing, structure, electric.
So that's supposed to be parentheses and know that it's all included.
Oh, okay.
It's all
So
included.
it's $340,000 total.
Total
It's not
package.
340 plus
Right.
350.
And that's with
Complete.
the bathrooms?
Yes.
Well, surprising, okay.
340 total. Okay. And with that structure, how, I mean, I know, you know, and I don't want to get into a big conversation, but would Health Barn be allowed to use the tables and everything for their programs, or would it be more for the residents to, if they want to on a whim, hey, let's meet at Tabernacle, have a picnic? You know, you wouldn't want people to go there and the tables are taken up with a...
So the way that both Green Acres and the village approaches this is that parks are parks, right? They are available to the public. Any resident, regardless of where they live, since we accepted Green Acres money, are welcome to our facilities. But having said that, I think that there will be controls put in place where possibly her programs can meet there on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the rest of the time be available to the residents. You know, it's the way that we handle the playground now. There are no specifics on that, Councilwoman. You know, those facilities are available to the taxpayers of the state of New Jersey.
Okay, and then just one last question, just because to me the numbers don't make sense, where it was 300,000 will plant 200 trees and watering for like a year. And then we have 90,000 to plant 12 additional trees and water 37 plus 12 trees. Like,
Plus-
don't know, the 90,000 just seems much higher.
So, Nan, can I say a couple things, because Shade Tree's here? So I just want to make sure. We have multiple buckets regarding Shade Tree. We have residential trees, we have CBD, we thankfully are done with emerald ash borer. So we do them in different buckets because that's how they're allocated. Last year, the Shade Tree Commission petitioned for watering in the central business district because those trees live the toughest life. They're the least likely to survive, they live in a harsh environment, they don't have access to water. And so when we did the CBD, which last year was 37, plus the ones that are already in there, we water them twice a week. And then, it moves based upon rain. Last year, everybody laugh now. Remember how dry it was in the beginning of the year? We were really worried during the spring that it was never going to rain. It was a serious concern. And the street trees, I think there were 108 or something, that were at risk of dying. So Shade Tree made the recommendation that the capital for planting be used to offset first-year trees in residential for the first time ever. So everyone with me? So last year, we took a replanting chunk and serviced the trees to ensure their survival. So this year, what they're doing is saying, we're going to plant the residential trees. We're going to plant these 12 remaining trees. Thank you to Andrew Lowry and Pam. That's an expanded scope. They're at the mouth of the driveways, so it's adding more greenery in town. Those trees, the 37, the existing plant of the tough trees, like the hard survival trees, get watered. And then last year, the first trees that we put in residential will also get watered, but I believe it's once a week. So net, you have all this added up. So you have, in Shade Tree, this recommendation, you have 212 total new trees. You have an expansion of the watering system to ensure livelihood, not only in the CBD, but on the residential section. And then you should smile about the enforcement thing, both of you, and the whole committee. And that's sort of where we end up. One thing I do want to highlight is that this doesn't include the potential of 50 additional trees, or if Nancy Brennan Hill has her way, of 100 additional trees in the Somerville district, where some of you live, with Adopt a Sapling. So net, it's 212, the expansion of watering to ensure the survival of those baby trees, which I'm told not to call them baby trees, but I like the expression, and expanded enforcement. With the expanded enforcement, that money that's earmarked in enforcement as a change that Carolyn and Andrew recommended with Shade Tree last year will come right back, rather than to the general fund, into the tree fund. So I want to say this because we do fight in Shade Tree quite a bit, and we do like and love each other quite a bit as well. This is a very good plan. It ensures that there's not, in the year before, too much and not too little, and that the trees that we put in the ground, because the number one cause of death to a tree is lack of watering, that they have the best shot at surviving. And it doesn't include Adopt a Sapling, which now the challenge is on, Nancy, 100 trees.
That was it, Nancy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And ladies and gentlemen, the hour grows late. I'm sure we have many other questions, but just so you know, this is our first witness this evening. And we have...
And we will be here till
so unless anyone has any serious objection, Pam?
I have questions.
Serious objection?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Okay, I want to understand the operating budget. Under the first page, detail 31 has to do with chemicals. They're up significantly, like by 400+%. And if you can, I looked at the detail and I don't quite understand why it went from 6,500 to 38,500.
So this is going to be a consistent theme even when we get to wastewater pollution control. There are significant increases in chemical costs, and Nan can speak to that, and I'm sure Chris can as well when he comes up next. But the one thing I will point out to you there is that line item did take a significant cut in '23.
That's what I was
So
wondering.
if you go back to the '22 appropriation, it was $32,000. We're restoring it up to $38,500 because of the inflationary costs when it comes to chemicals. But you'll see, you'll see that that's an adjustment that we're trying to make to get back onto the actual budget number we need.
Okay, I wanted confirmation on that. I
And
thought
Chris
that
can
might
speak
be-
more to the chemical costs going up because we've spoken about it at great length during his budget meetings.
And then on parks, It's detail number 13, temporary and seasonal employees. That's gone up a lot, and I didn't see on that detail mention of the recreational professional that you're talking about now.
So the additional rec person,
Yeah.
or rec program specialist is under the recreation budget. So if
Okay.
you go back to the rec tab, second page back lists all of the staffing, staff members, including the potential for the new position. So that falls
Is
under
that
rec, not
XXX?
parks. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's who that is.
XXX is an unnamed person to
Got
be
that.
named if the budget passes with that appropriation.
All right, and then in the parks, so in parks, I do see detail 13, temporary and seasonal employees, the salaries have gone up 100%. Is that because we had nobody and now we hired somebody?
So if you go to the third and fourth page behind there,
Yep.
you'll see one is for shade tree enforcement part-time. That's the position I referenced with regard to tree enforcement and maintenance. The second is seasonal employees. Nan, do you want to speak to the staffing in that area?
So seasonal employees, in the past, we have generally been able to hire young adults. And we're looking to be able to switch our thought process on that and be able to hire adults and those who have retired. We're finding that our young adults and their work ethic is somewhat challenging. And I truly believe that we will get a better product if we spend a little bit more and go for that maturity. The last 2 years, I can share with you, and some of you in the audience know, we have hired a 63-year-old and a 58-year-old adult males who are retired, just looking for something to do, and their work is impeccable. So my thought process is that I would like to be able to enhance what we're doing, Lorraine, with some outside mature staff, rather than herding cats.
Okay. And then as to trees that must be removed for safety reasons, are we budgeting for that? Or do we, yeah.
That's the remaining $60,000 of carryover.
That's where it's gonna go?
Well, we are committee reliant, and we are going to discuss this at our next meeting, but the chair and I were hesitant to remove that, given the liability. So Carolyn and I just found out about the carryover today, and I think Nancy, on her recommendation, we want to make sure we keep that $60,000 for maintenance and hazardous removal. But we want to take it back to the committee.
And through you, Mayor, just to go back to the Deputy Mayor's question about the part-time staffing, Bob has something he'd like to add.
So the request this year is exactly the same as they requested last year and were approved. They didn't hire enough people because of availability, so we transferred money out of there. So the request of the 30 is the same as they asked for last year.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I did want to thank the Parks Department under detail 50, acquisition of equipment for four-stroke engine backpack leaf blowers. Thank you. Much better for the environment.
So I'm sorry, I know we want to move on, but I'm just struggling to understand one thing. So as I go through the
Can I
packet,
just have you speak into the microphone, please?
as I go through the packet, I'm seeing percentage increases, total budget of 6%, 15% on each one of these pages. How are we flat? Sure. So how are we flat? I mean, I'm seeing all these proposed numbers are 6%, 15% increases over last year's budget in front of us for these, these couple of tabs we're looking at. Am I reading this wrong, or am I missing something?
So in some cases, you're comparing numbers that we reduced last year. So on their request, it may be the same as what they had last year. We didn't allow for promotions. We didn't allow for new people coming on board. So they're asking to replenish those this year and bring it back. So as far as being flat, we're not flat yet. We're still having these conversations, and we're moving forward. But this is what they're asking for. We trimmed down some of this already. So now we're presenting it to you for questions.
And much of it is contingent upon what we spent last year. For example, when we get to fleet and you look at the number that's associated with tires, your head's going to spin. So, what we're aiming to do here is to create a balance. I mean, there are certain inflationary pressures that we can't control, obviously, but at the same time, where we can control and where we're reducing staff, where we're moving to, for example, privatizing the cleaning of this building and reassigning staff, you'll start to see that as we go through each of the budget items.
So I'll look for I will look for where this balances out, but I got to tell you, if we're at 6%, 7%, 8%, this will be a very quick conversation because I will never agree to raise taxes by that much again.
Understood. One more comment to your question earlier about revenues. So I believe Nancy did a report, I'm going to say back in November, on Graydon, which showed that it made money. And I think it anticipated the staffing that she's requesting for this year, along with whatever fee increases they were going to establish. So, positive note.
So, two things I want to add. Sorry, I know everybody's waiting, but I never get to go first with my committees. One, we had the lifeguard shortage, and one of the reasons we all decided to increase some of the hourly rates was to ensure that Graydon could be staffed, and the increase in our lifeguard rate, where we played equivalent of the Jersey Shore and higher, that's one reason. And two, is everything with the minimum wage reflective here? Because the other thing is I think this is the last year for that mandate of an increase across seasonal. So, we will, with respect to Graydon Pool, there was a clamoring to have it staffed that resulted in an increase to ensure that we got the appropriate labor force. And to do that, we had to incentivize them with additional money. And I think that was a good call. I think I hope this full council was proud of our efforts to open Graydon, and to attract the labor force that's critical, we needed to pay them more.
Anyone else? I am a failure at moving this along quickly. That being said, I absolutely, first I want to echo exactly what Evan said, who, as I always say, goes right to the heart of the matter. There are lots of things we want and need, but we can never, ever go back to what happened last year. First, that being said, Nancy, I want to thank you for your passionate and well-reasoned and well-supported request for your budget. I especially want to thank Matt and Katie and Deanna. I do not know how the four of you run this expansive department that takes up about a third of this budget book, and the programs that you run. Again, I just want to thank you on behalf of this council. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And with that, I just have one more announcement to share with you. Just one.
Is it going to cost us any money?
No.
Oh, good. Then go
Actually,
ahead.
this is an honor. Several weeks ago, we submitted a nomination to the New Jersey Recreation and Parks Association for an award in excellence in programming. Deanna, do you want to share our good news?
It's been 10 years coming. And I bet you that Council Member Siobhan Winograd is going to be very excited. We have won the Daniel M. Gasselberti Excellence in Recreation Programming Award for the annual Giving Thanks Ridgewood Elder Dinner. So this council, prior councils, and the village itself, and all our partners and our volunteers, this is something that I was so happy on Friday. We had our staff meeting in the morning, and we've been waiting to hear back. And I got to my computer and I see something in red. I'm like, oh. And it was red in a good way. So Katie and I are high-fiving in the office. Nancy has no idea what's going on, but it was really exciting to get that news on Friday. So we will be accepting that award from NJRPA at our conference at the end of February, specifically the 27th of February at their 49th dinner. So we're just super excited, and I am so excited. I'm so proud of all of us. Siobhan, can I call you Siobhan? Okay. Siobhan has been a committee member since the beginning, since 2016, so I knew that she would be really excited to hear this. And Pam has been there as a volunteer during COVID and in the snow, waiting for people to come and pick up dinners. Paul was just there this past year, so it was wonderful. And I'm just really happy that we can share that news with you guys tonight. So thank you for all your support.
Outstanding work. Shall we go to the second item on the agenda?
I'd ask Chris Rudershauser, our village engineer, and his supervisors to come forward.
We are doing. Yes. Good evening, Mr. Rudershauser.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have with me tonight Mike Junta, Supervisor of Streets and Fleet, and Rich Talton, Supervisor of Traffic and Signal. Jim Fells could not make it because he is subscribing to one of our mottos, which is Family First. His son has a very important basketball game, so he's there.
First things first, and welcome, gentlemen.
Where would you like to start?
Waiting for Mr. Kazmark to return.
Well, he's walking across. I want to publicly thank you for paving roads. They are markedly better than they have been in a very long time.
Thank you very much.
Deserve
It was
a tremendous amount of credit for that.
It's not entirely the village's credit. Bergen County did a lot of paving
I'm
also.
giving you an easy one here, Chris.
I can't lie because
and by the way,
it's
to
other
that
people
end,
involved.
coordinating with Bergen County,
Yeah.
coordinating with PSCNG, and getting them all to come to the table, because for a while they were their roads, they didn't get paved. And they got paved this year, and here, let me tell you what the answer is now. Thank you so much. We did a great job. Because you did.
Thank you.
You all did.
Team effort.
Every one of you guys.
So, Mayor, as you're aware, there are a number of divisions that fall under Chris's jurisdiction. We're going to take you through each of them tonight, and each are tabbed under engineering and Chris's lead. So, Chris, you want to kick us off with building maintenance, which I believe is the first portion of your budget to be discussed.
Yes, building maintenance, as Keith alluded to, we are making a change in janitorial services for this building. We're using a vendor. That vendor will also be doing cleaning effort at Lester Stable, Douglas Place, and where else, Rich? Oh, at the ambulance corps. That's Douglas Place.
How much do we think that saves us?
We'd have to look up how much we save.
Ballpark.
Do you remember how much we save? Use the microphone.
Bob actually has a spreadsheet on this that we'll distribute to the council while Chris is talking.
I think for 24, we're estimating about $8,000 savings, if I'm not mistaken. This is working. There's a sheet right in the back of,
All right.
which one? Behind 771, 772. actually. And it shows the movement of the personnel over to another department and the contractual commitment on the building maintenance. So the savings for this year is a little over $8,000.
That's great.
There we go. Okay.
It's the one portrait mode sheet in there, and as Bob said, it's behind 771, right before 772. But that's the breakdown of the personnel changes versus the cleaning service.
And for the council's consideration, while we save $8,300 with the change in custodial services, the individual that was doing those efforts is being transferred to recycling and is going to focus a lot of his efforts on the clean communities work and Hudson Garage, because we have heard from the residents, from the business community, they would like to see more services and better services for those locations.
And just to be clear, the employee who handles during part of their day the Hudson Garage will then be able to expand his efforts in the CBD itself, the exterior sidewalk areas along the business district. We'll have somebody focusing their efforts on the Hudson Garage, and it frees up this building to be adequately addressed by the new vendor.
Okay. Any questions on the building maintenance budget that we can answer?
All good.
Okay.
Next up is Board of Adjustment. I will mention that we have had a request from the chair of the Board of Adjustment to take on additional meetings this year. In talking to Chris and Jane, the secretary to the board, and Greg, the chair, the directive that I gave to Chris and Greg was if the applicant comes in and requests a special meeting specifically to hear their application, those professional costs for the village professionals, for the board of professionals, will be passed along to the applicant. If the board chooses to have a special meeting, especially in order to address any residential applications that are getting backed up because of the commercial applications that have taken a number of hearings to get through the testimony, the village will pick up the costs for those professionals on the village side, but we do want to try to adequately get to those residential applications, so we're not holding people up from construction projects and that type of thing. Chris, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that.
Yes, the zoning board is the busy of the two land use boards, excuse me. One of the things that the zoning board is facing right now is a time of decision rule under the municipal land use law, where if an applicant isn't decided or acted upon by the board, the applicant may get a default approval.
That's 120 days.
Yeah, and we've got a considerable backlog with the zoning board, so we're trying to move on that. It's difficult to schedule additional meetings because the board attorney, Bruce Whitaker, is very, very busy. He's also very good. So Jane is trying to figure out what day we could possibly have an additional meeting. Currently, they're running, if we have a 5th Tuesday in the month, they have a 3rd meeting in the month. For example, the zoning board will be meeting tomorrow with the intent to catch up on some of the residential applications, because as Keith mentioned, construction season is just around the corner. People like to get their approvals in whatever shape or form so they can move forward with submitting plans for building permits.
So the point in me telling you that is line items 21 and 28 under this category. That's why you see an increase, is to handle that backlog amongst the Board of Adjustment.
So it's 120 days, and then it goes to a default?
The applicant can demand a default approval. We haven't had any occur yet. John Barry, our planner, myself, we have maybe a fallback position where we'll do a rigorous review of the applicant and maybe find something that can kick it back. But nonetheless, that still extends the time frame for the applicant. And since the zoning board normally deals with 1 and 2 family residences, it affects mostly our residents directly.
Right. It can be very frustrating when you're trying to
yeah.
extend your porch and it's a minor variance and you can't get on the docket because there's a billboard application and an auto shop application, and you're getting put back month after month because of these larger commercial applications. So we're trying to accommodate those resident requests. Move on to engineering, Chris?
Or you want to do planning board, or what order do you have?
Well, engineering, then fleet, then planning board. I'm just going to go by tab order.
Okay, sorry.
These nicely fonted tabs, I must say. The nice font tabs. We were talking about the budget. It looks so good, Bob and Olivia, too.
With engineering, staffing will stay the same. We might hire an intern if we get funded for one. We haven't had one for years. We did have a volunteer intern last summer. He's a high school student, lives around the corner. He was actually very handy, did a lot of computer work for us, very good. We may want to see if we can get him back this year.
Questions?
Because of all the natural gas main work,
Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't have the mic. The question was, why did markouts increase so much?
because of all the gas main work from PSC&G, all the tree work with tree plantings, and another factor is going to be Ridgewood Water's lead and galvanized lateral replacements. Those are all things that need markouts, require markouts.
Other questions? Good, thanks, Chris. Move on.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
Are
excuse
we
me.
going to go to capital, or is that going to be at a...
We're gonna do capital at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nan kind of broke the rules, but we let her.
That's why I was...
Ah, Nan.
And the full-time increased a lot. Is that because you hired somebody new?
In engineering,
Yep.
we hired a new engineer about 20 months ago, Chris Pearson. He's also a licensed engineer, so that makes two of us in the department. He's been very handy because I am conflicted on some applications before the land use boards, so he covers them.
Okay.
Like the electric billboard, I'm conflicted on that. He attends the meeting as the village's licensed engineer.
That explains it. Thank you.
Okay.
I also just want to mention, too, that some of the salary and wages from the engineering department are being charged to capital, which is a traditional expense. So when they're working on road resurfacing, when they're working on, sidewalk projects, when they're working on anything that is funded through capital, their salary is being offset by that, which is the same concept as it would be if we had a consulting engineer rather than an in-house engineering staff. So Bob will make those transfers as it's necessary.
Anyone else?
Fleet?
All right, where's Fleet?
Mike can talk about tires now.
Fleet, we have no change in personnel. We continue to function with our four mechanics. They're all very capable individuals. I think the biggest budget increases are materials and supplies, tires, parts for the equipment we use, and so forth.
30% increase, I think I saw. No, 54%. No, I'm sorry, 30%.
54 would be realistic.
Yeah.
Parts are hard to get, and the price has gone up. We have had police cars. How long's the police car up? Been at 23 Ford? Use the microphone.
One was at Hawthorne Chevy for a little over a year. Now we're starting to run into, everything seemed to get a lot better, and now we're having delays again with trying to get parts.
Just speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry. Unfortunately, with police cars, to keep the pursuit rated vehicle status that it has to be OEM parts.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had some challenges with the Tahoes.
I mean, this is a $250,000 increase. I'm not saying we don't need it. I'm just saying that, again, coming back to what we were saying before, if we're going to look to keep a relatively flat budget across the board, we're going to have to find some other places to save money to be able to spend $250,000 more than we did last year on this.
We believe in keeping the cars, for the police department in particular, pursuit rated, and the reason I say that, about 10, 15 years ago, we had police cars that were brought up to the academy, and they flunked out of the academy. The car, not the driver, not our police officer, because they were in such poor state of repair.
I don't argue with the need. I'm just talking about the fiscal reality that we'll have to figure out a way to pay for it, and that's a lot of money that's starting to add up.
I have had conversations with the police department. I think they're looking at increasing some of our car use fees for outside jobs.
Okay, that's good.
I don't want to take their thunder, but I think they'll present that to you when they do their budget.
Okay. If there's a way to offset it, I'm all ears.
I hope that's
All right.
what they're considering.
And Chris, I see under line item 51, $170,000 for police vehicle maintenance. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't this taken out of the police budget and put into fleet?
I believe so.
And so that would be a significant part of that very significant increase. So it's really, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Keith and Bob, is this basically a bookkeeping change, that it went from one department to another?
51, you say?
Some of it, I don't think it was entirely. I think part of the 170 is new. It may have been $50,000 that was in police before, but as Chris said, they're experiencing a lot more body work and maintenance work on these police vehicles that we have, so that's the reason for that increase in that line item.
Do you have an idea of how much of that 170 is a transfer from the police budget?
My guesstimate is roughly $50,000.
Okay, thank you.
I want to thank you for reducing overtime by a lot. And also, okay, so we had to buy a lot of tires, but we should be doing less recapping then, right?
If the caps don't blow.
Okay,
I mean,
I'll stay hopeful.
A cap is a lesser quality tire. You can't put a cap tire on the front two wheels because of those are your drive wheels. You put them on the back. If they pop, they blow off. Got to get another one.
All right.
Questions? Planning board?
Planning board had a stellar year last year. Very few meetings. Very few applications. So we didn't have meetings. When we cancel a meeting, we do not incur the charge for the planner or for the board attorney.
We think that'll be different this year?
We have one minor subdivision that's been submitted, another minor subdivision that's just basically a lot line rearrangement. Otherwise, we haven't gotten wind of any large planning projects that would come to the planning board. We also do not know what Valley Hospital's going to do, since they are leaving, moving to Paramus on, I think, middle of April, 14th or 18th or something. I've seen some online media news releases on what they plan on doing, but they haven't approached us at the planning board.
And also, keep in mind any zoning changes, so if they're, we're right now talking about inclusionary versus exclusionary zoning, things of that nature, those ordinances need to go to the planning board, and usually they take a stop off at the planner for any types of comments or recommendations. So there is some money built into this budget to make sure that we can accommodate any planning costs relative to any zoning changes that the council might want to consider.
Also in the planning board budget, at the very bottom, is historic preservation. They would like a individual to take notes. We have to see if that is approved by you folks.
Historical Preservation Committee?
Yeah.
Yeah, we agreed we're going to take turns.
Strike that from the
There you go.
budget.
See, I'm adding value.
You got it there.
I'm glad you said that, because we were days away from putting that out to existing staff.
Yeah, we should go back to the committee, but we talked about it. We agreed we'd all take turns, and I think I just volunteered myself now for one of those turns, I guess.
Yep.
But we're not spending $16,000 for somebody to take notes.
I take a lot of notes, and I would suggest you record the meetings, at least on, just orally, because it's not an easy task.
We do have the recording devices too. We at Parks and Rec record them, and I believe several of them, it's like a center console. Most of my meetings, Parks and Rec, does Open Space do it too?
No.
Yeah. So you can talk to Nancy, but we do have a backup recorder. We
can talk later. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of recording meetings. I think it cuts down on people speaking candidly. Keep in mind, HPC has no actual authority. We're advisory only.
Right.
But either way, we'll work something out, and we're not going to spend $16,000 for somebody to take notes.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, the budget there is just a little postage and stuff and materials and supplies.
May I ask you, Chris, about detail 28? It's other professional services.
Mhm.
There's one line item that says legal services for the board, attorney, $500 per meeting, and I gather that's Steve Wellinghorst. And then it says, on another line, legal services to board, and that's $8,000. Why are there two entries? I don't understand.
One is probably the meeting attendance fee, and the other one is for answering questions when they're posed to the attorney for legal advice.
Oh, gotcha.
And the other thing, we also have, always bubbling a little bit in the background, is the affordable housing situation. So when questions come up on that, we would like to get the legal advice on that, rather than myself or John.
Isn't that under the next detail 29, affordable housing?
They
No, that's
sometimes,
the
they
affordable
sometimes get
housing
blended in.
planner.
So
Okay.
that's the separate planner, but the board attorney might be utilized for any
Gotcha.
legal type of questions.
Mhm.
Streets?
Let's go.
So Chris, going back to the question from the grade and pool budget, can we just talk to the chemical piece? I know we talked a lot about it in your individual budget meeting with Bob and I, but could you just expand on that a little bit for the council?
In the street division?
Yeah. Well, generally speaking, because it comes up here and then it comes up again in water pollution.
When we bid out purchase of chemicals or some items we buy off of cooperatives, you're correct, we are seeing price increases, significant price increases. For like sodium hypochlorite, which is our principal disinfection, we have little alternatives.
And I see what you did, you actually saved money elsewhere, you're coming in at like 0% on this, which is great, so you absorb that, which is exactly the type of stuff we love to see. And like I've said before, remarkable job on the roads on top of it.
Well, we're trying very hard, and we have a capital request that is very much geared to that.
One other thing I'd like Bob to just review are any offsets because of the snow trust. This is money that we are able to carry over from year to year in case we have a heavy snow year. But Bob, you want to just speak to that and how it applies to this budget?
So in some of these departments where we have storm-related incidents for overtime or chemicals or anything that's associated with a storm, we're allowed to use money that we've accumulated over time into our, what is called a snow trust account. So you'll see in some of these pages here where I've reduced the request, knowing that I have money in the snow trust to compensate for any of these potential storms. We were fortunate last year to have minimal amount of use. So this year we've already had a few events that is starting to eat into that, but for the most part we're pretty solid in what we've put aside there. And the last meeting that we're going to have together, you'll see the balances that we have in these trust accounts that are going to be available.
Yeah, our principal chemical for the street division is rock salt for de-icing. We purchased that off the Bergen County Cooperative bid. Bergen County also gives us a quantity of tonnage for every storm for the Bergen County roads that we are obligated to de-ice and plow.
And just to clarify, it's not that we're using more chemicals, it's just that the prices are going up.
Prices are going up, and well, this year compared to last year, we've already used a lot more. We had a very difficult icing storm. We burned through most of our 2 salt bins. It comes down rain, then freezes, so we have to salt, then we plow, then it freezes, then we have to salt. It was a complicated storm. It was very lengthy. It was not an easy storm like a simple 8 inches of snow where we just have to plow, and once the roads are plowed, a little bit of salt to get them black and ready for the motorists to use.
Thank you.
Sure.
Move to signal.
Are we going to cross our fingers for a mild winter? Come on, we waited after that.
Global warming's not a bad thing. Cuts down on salt use. I think the big issue in the operating expenses for the signal division is some well-deserved promotions for our staff. They've gone above and beyond. They've educated themselves, they advanced their skill sets, and the village is the significant beneficiary of that. Traffic and Signal maintains our Gamewell, also known as our fiber optic network. Rich can speak more to it since it's his division.
And Rich, before you go, one thing I just want to point out to the council, one of the things we've talked a lot about is succession planning, especially in the divisions that report to Chris. So some of the personnel moves that we're making here and potentially at the water pollution control facility are meant to just put us on the right trajectory as far as leadership in these areas moving forward. So Rich, I'll turn it over to you.
So we did a lot of changeovers with the department as we spoke about transferring a custodian. We also transferred another member of Signal over to the street department for Mike. We felt his expertise would be better used in the street division. One issue that we've had in the past 10 years with Signal is we've had a lot of gentlemen retire, and they've taken a lot of that knowledge base with them. So I have almost a whole department full of gentlemen who have been here for 7, 8 years that are still laborers. That's their title, that's their salary. Although they are skilled technicians. We fix HVAC, we fix plumbing, we're electricians, we're fiber optic technicians, we are heavy equipment operators. And these gentlemen are due proper promotions to titled positions with civil service, if anybody understands where that is. That guarantees you a role for the future in your career. We need to maintain these men. It's hard to find people with multiple tasks. We have same guys that can all do electric, HVAC, plumbing, fiber, and dig trenches and backfill trenches. That usually takes 4 or 5 different guys when you do that. We have 4 guys that can all do that themselves. We need to retain these men. And if they are not promoted and given an honest day's wage for an honest day's work, we're going to lose them. We were able to save thousands and thousands of dollars this year over not hiring contractors. We saved $18,000 in 2 days. We did the heat unit on the roof of the EMS building ourselves in-house. The labor cost was $18,000. We did it for about $2,800. We fixed the grade and pool well pump out here on the park. The wires that power the pump that feed water across Fetz Field to grade and pool, those wires went bad last year right before RBA's opening day. And they went to finance to get $12,000 for a contractor to come in and dig up the trench the weekend of RBA opening weekend. We said, hold it, give us a minute. We put a repair on it. We got it to last through the summer. And we waited for football to end and soccer to end. And as soon as it was over, we went in, we dug the trench. We replaced the wire. We replaced it. We saved $12,000 on that project. So we do this multiple times every year, and I'm sure that we're going to get the same opportunity this year and the year after to create these savings. These are the same guys that do the HVAC on the roof, that dig trenches, that fix fiber. We are building out the water SCADA network for them as this PFAS plant comes out. We add fiber optic network to support their SCADA. At a huge cost savings, you don't have monthly cost to Verizon to control water pump stations in Wyckoff, in the park, and Glen Rock. We have our own fiber network that connects to these, and we do that all in-house. No monthly cost to Verizon to connect to these units over the internet to control your water system. So these men save tons of money. So I believe transferring the custodian and transferring one member to street division, I believe it's almost an equal on the money, but the guys get an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. They're getting paid as laborers and they're skilled technicians.
I mean, you're coming in on salaries, you're coming in kind of flat, even with the extra money for these folks?
Well, that's what Rich just said. We transferred out 2 people from the Signal division.
Right.
And that's going to be offsetting the request
Okay.
for the well-deserved promotions.
Okay, and so where is the salaries of those 2 folks now going to be reflected?
Well, one's going to recycling and recycling,
Okay.
and the other one is in the street division.
All right, so we'll see the salaries there. But no, but don't get me wrong, I completely agree with everything you've just said. Just again, it's just a matter about finding the money to do the right thing.
Well, that's why Rich looked very carefully at the staff. We also looked carefully, because building maintenance, the 2 custodians is part of Signal. So, you know, he took the initiative in seeking a vendor that is actually on a cooperative They do clean the Bergen County Sheriff's offices, and they clean the county court system. So they're vetted for our police department and our violations office. So that shows an $8,300 savings. Not terribly large, but it's still something.
Yeah, no, agreed.
I don't have any questions, but because it's my first year, I did want to just say thank you, because we don't sit on any committees, especially to Chris for supporting Shade Tree with the markouts, and always, as new council members, answering all the questions about institutional knowledge. As a joke, I often say, well, that was when Liam was little, Chris would know. And so I am very grateful to engineering for everything you've done, and for me for answering all my questions. And to Rich, I want to say thank you as well. I know that a lot of the projects that I've spearheaded have been a little different for Signal, and I have so enjoyed working with you on making downtown more beautiful through improving our garbage cans, the kissing balls, and possibly the biggest compliment to your division was that when we asked to support the Access Committee, which is such a rare occurrence to get Signal supporting access, you sent somebody who sat out in the cold and waited for us to light the Christmas tree, and that's not reflected here, but I'm really thankful to both of you, and we never get a chance to really say that. So 1 year in, I've asked a lot of crazy questions and gone down a lot of different paths for both of you, and I'm just very grateful. And Rich and I, a little spoiler alert, have a new project that's going to be coming out that I think everybody's going to be excited, because it's going to save us money and improve a community spirit. So I'm going to leave you all in suspense.
Oh, goody.
And you're going to love it, Chris. You're going to love it so much.
He was just as enthusiastic in the emails.
I know he secretly likes it. I know it.
And Rich, on behalf of the Rotary Club, we really appreciated the opportunity to paint the Gamewell boxes. That was really fun. They'd like to do it again, and the public should know that you took your day off on a weekend to help the crew. We really appreciated it.
Thanks so much, Rich.
All right. Utilities?
Utilities. I think a big cost increase is actually from Ridgewood Water, because their water rates have gone up considerably with all the PFAS surcharges that they're required to add for the work they're doing. Fuel has stayed actually kind of not so bad for us in the last year or so, and hopefully it'll stay that way.
Is that petrol?
Yes.
You're showing, is that a 19% increase? Am I reading it right?
Let's see, we have a
43% increase, isn't it? I think it's a 43% increase.
We're showing it at $963,839 is the proposed 2024 budget, and actual as of December 31st, 2023 is $681.18, but I'm not 100% certain if all the latest bills have been submitted.
They have been.
They have been,
yeah.
okay.
And I think December was estimated, but we did an average to figure it out.
Okay, well, that's great that we're at $671. Gasoline, as everybody knows, has been under $3 a gallon for regular. It is creeping back up a little bit. We have to see how it is with fuel, both diesel and gasoline.
I mean, but you requested 800,000 last year. It's great, you're under budget. I'm not going to complain about that. You're asking for another 150,000 on top of what you asked for last year, and we're under budget for this year.
I wish I had a crystal ball on fuel prices. I'm trying to be conservative. If that has to be reduced, so be it, and we'll cross our fingers and hope fuel stays where it is right now.
Okay.
And the other thing is also, like, last year, we didn't have much snow plowing, so that was a reduction in diesel fuel. We didn't have too many bad storms that required a lot of fuel for vehicles and so forth.
Okay, I hear you. It's a third more than what you've actually spent so far.
I realize that.
Okay.
Like I said, if you got a crystal ball that tells us, feel free to let us know.
Okay.
Everybody good on utilities? Water pollution control.
Water pollution control has one personnel request that Keith mentioned. We would like to promote one of the senior members to chief operator, which is a supervisory position. Currently, when the supervisor is not present, we usually pay a senior person an extra hour a day to act as the acting supervisor, or is the acting supervisor. So that's the only personnel request we have. Good news on water pollution is, last year, our liquid waste acceptance program took in $148,321.69. Great, nice sum of money, but it goes to Myrna. I wish it didn't, but that's the way the budget works. Another example of how efficient the village's own treatment plant is, we have about 56 connections that go to Northwest Bergen Utilities Authority, and when you divide that into their annual charge, it comes out to about $900 per connection. Our cost per resident is around $220, roughly, because we have about 8,100 connections. So the plant is much more cost-effective in comparison to Northwest Bergen up in Waldwick. Going forward, chemicals, maybe an additional cost. We have a lot of repairs to make. The plant's last upgrade was in 2005, was completed in 2005, started probably in 2002. So a lot of our equipment has been running 24/7 for close to 20 years.
Questions? Yard waste.
Yard waste has a number of interesting things for us going forward. We have a new permit that we have to comply with. We have to test the stormwater rain runoff on a quarterly basis. We're going to start doing our first test tomorrow, and then we'll have to see how those results fit in with our parameters and with what the DEP will require us to do. The good news is the scarab that the council had funded a couple years ago, the new scarab, has started to prove its worth. It's making much more efficient windrows. We believe we have some capacity for additional leaves. I've mentioned this to Keith, and he has also gotten inquiries. We're going to start having some conversations with adjacent communities to see if we can take their leaves.
We have two neighboring municipalities that saw a significant increase in disposal for leaves. So I'm in discussions with both of the administrators from each of those towns about possibly, using our facility. We try to be more competitive than what they're paying now, but at the same time, the village would see an increase in revenue utilizing two other municipalities to have access to our facility.
What's important to keep in mind with Lakeview is we do all our leaves in-house in the village. With those communities, they really don't have a leaf composting facility. I know other towns are subject to trucking costs, and once you start trucking leaves to an off-site dump, you get very addicted to it until the price goes up, which I think is what our neighbors are starting to experience.
Shared services opportunity for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
And thank you very much. I know this is something that you and I have spoken about, Keith and I have spoken about, that we are in a sweet spot in terms of the services that we provide our community that we can offer to our neighboring communities that are oftentimes smaller towns in shared services arrangements, which would only benefit our taxpayers. So thank you very much for
Keith and I believe
this.
it'll be a big benefit for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Under 48, disposal fees, disposal of grass clippings. It shows, it says 82,200, but then if you go to 048, it says 100,000, but then I guess Bob is adjusting it to recycling trust of 25,000. What is that?
That's a trust account that we have, that we've used in the past to offset some of these costs.
Okay. All right. And then just a quick question. Does the village, when we mow our own property, do we leave the grass clippings? Or do
Yes.
we do?
Yeah. I mean, they might bring a little bit where they had to clean up, that, but like on the larger fields, there's no bagging attachments, no capture attachment.
Okay.
So.
Anyone else?
Mayor, if I may, I just want to collectively thank this group of gentlemen across the table here. You know, in the last 7 months, we've experienced it all, at least that's how it feels, between flooding and snowstorms. These three gentlemen are always a phone call away, always ready to respond to any situation. I know Mike has been kind enough to extend his contact information to the school personnel as they're making decisions about snow days and trying to keep folks safe, whether they should open school or have a delayed opening or what have you. You know, Rich's crew was here through the night with us, you know, for the various flooding events, and Chris has led that effort. So I just want to collectively take the opportunity to thank them and their teams for all they've done.
You're welcome.
And I want to echo that. I know all three of you guys since long before I was on the council, and I know you are always around to fix things, to help, to get streets in the condition we need them, to get lights on. I personally can't thank you enough. Really, you guys are terrific.
And before they excuse themselves, we do have to visit the capital budget as well.
Oh,
Yeah, capital.
gotta have some
Just a
fun.
little.
Holding off on that thank you, I'm going to just a minute. Yep.
All right, for engineering, we have the capital requests for Kingsbridge Lane Bridge rehabilitation. Keith had asked me to get an updated price from our consulting engineer, and I regret to report I haven't gotten that email back. We did have a price last year, I think it was like $394,000. So hopefully if things don't go up more than like 10-15%, we'll be good with the requested appropriation. We also have the usual street resurfacing reconstruction amount. That bid document has been advertised, or will be advertised, excuse me, in this Friday's Ridgewood newspaper. And the other project that we want to go forward with is the West Glen sidewalk. Our ask for 1.2 may be reduced because we did meet with the residents last September, I believe. A lot of them were very open to discussing smaller and reduced size and scope and scale retaining walls. I am getting a number of emails from one resident where the color will have to match her house, and that'll be another challenge.
So do we think the 950 for Glen and the 515 for Kingsbridge, those are close to, I know obviously they're going to change, but these are close to real numbers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I agree with Chris that they're close, but I want to just
Understand, right.
sort of, Bob and I have looked at it as these are placeholders right now.
Right.
As we get towards the finalization of the budget process, you know, Chris hopefully will
No,
have.
Chris made clear he doesn't have a crystal ball, I get it. I just want to make sure that we're in the ball.
But I anticipate we'll have a more firm number from the bridge consulting engineer on Kingsbridge. West Glen, we still have a little fine tuning, but, you know, these are the numbers that we are comfortable using just to be able to figure out what the other allocations would be for capital, which are listed below.
Right, and just to state the obvious, I know, I think I speak for all of us, these two projects are priorities, so.
Absolutely.
I want to make sure we don't lose sight on it.
Absolutely.
That's been instilled in me very well.
So if you have a crystal ball, will I have a sidewalk on Glen next year?
Gosh darn, I hope so.
All right, good.
So some good news on the capital side, and just to move the conversation along with regard to fleet and the fuel tanks, I want Chris to speak to that project. We have about $750,000 that is in prior capital. This 250, I believe, gets us to the point where we can actually undertake and complete the project. Correct, Chris?
That's correct. The village hired a specialized engineer to develop the plans and specs for replacing our gasoline and diesel fuel tanks. We currently have 12,000 gallons of each product. We're going to go forward with the same amount, and the reason is we found that was extremely beneficial to the village during Hurricane Sandy, because that was a wind event, and a lot of people in the community were out of power for weeks. We did lend some diesel fuel to Valley Hospital for their generator because they ran out, but we were very pleased that we had all the fuel necessary to provide the services to the community that we needed to. And also like fuel the fire department vehicles, police cars, nobody ran out of fuel. So going forward, we want to replace the current tanks. The reason we're replacing the tanks is they are past their life expectancy. Their life expectancy is approximately 30 years. They are now about 33, 34 years old. The tanks we currently use were put in after the tanks that were there were found to be leaking tremendously. For those of you that have been around the village a long time may remember that that leak caused the village to have to buy an adjacent property because the plume destroyed the property. We do not want to do that again.
So could I ask three questions? With the Kingsbridge Lane, once that's approved, because assuming that is one piece of capital, we're all in agreement, we don't have to go out to bid, we just go back to the engineering, it's quickly, like it'll be done this summer?
No, we do have to bid it out.
Okay.
It's not on a cooperative or a state purchase. The engineer did produce plans and specifications, very much ready to be bid. All I have to do is add the front end to it.
So can I ask a dangerous question? Is it dangerous to put it out for bid now, even though the full capital hasn't been approved, so we can eat into the timeline?
Well, we can't award it because Bob can't certify funds are available, and it's kind of deceitful to any bidder who wants to put their time and effort into developing a cost for a project that may not be awarded.
I was just wondering. And then the sort of ditto the same question with West Glen, assuming it moves forward, because there's general, I don't want to speak for all five of us, but I think we're belaboring that there's general consensus on those two capital projects. That goes out to bid, and that will be done over the summer before school starts?
I hope to get it done before school starts, but I'm not 100% certain. We have to see, A, how much you folks allocate in the capital budget, and then depending who the paving contractor is for our paving project, we may talk to them and see if they're interested in an additional award to do that work. A lot of the sidewalk that we have done on West Glen was just add-ons to existing paving contractors.
Okay, and then the last question is with the $2 million in paving, which I love, how much do we have in carryover from paving? Because there's remaining streets from last year?
The tree streets in the CBD, those were funded with old capital. That was already awarded to the contractor. We asked him to do it. He demurred because it was getting very late last year. As soon as the weather breaks and gets better, and probably in April, we get to nudge him. That's already awarded, so that doesn't come out of that $2 million request.
Great. Thank you.
And
You're
I'm
welcome.
going to circle back on what Siobhan just suggested about bidding this out now. I believe there is unanimous consensus on this council on these projects that they are priorities in the capital budget. And with that being said, of course, until it's finalized, it's not a done deal yet. But in order to save time, because that's what we're all about, is getting these things done as soon as possible, could we go out to bid on them with that consensus?
You have to appropriate the money first.
We could introduce an ordinance in February and adopt it in March for those two projects, but you would have to agree to what you're going to fund. You have to give a definite amount what you're going to fund.
Right, so we
But,
could...
then we could award in April.
So we could do what we did with the
Paving.
garbage truck.
Yeah.
And the paving.
And then
the
our
paving.
capital's
So
just
we
reduced
could
right off
do
the
that.
top.
Yeah, I strongly support that. I know both projects, there's a real need to get them done before school starts.
Right.
And I completely agree with Paul. And again, it's so rare all five of us are like violently in agreement on this. So anything we can do to get this done sooner, I think you'll find so large support amongst us.
If the council wants to take a consensus tonight to direct Bob to prepare the bond ordinances for West Glen and Kingsbridge, we can do that.
I saw 5 heads nodding on this one, so I think...
I saw 6. I see Robin in the audience shaking her head.
I think you have your direction on it.
So we could do West Glen and Kingsbridge, one ordinance funding both projects. Chris can sharpen his pencil and we can go from there.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
I have something else to bring up, of course. We heard from a resident tonight. I know I haven't presented it at council yet because it was a meeting last Tuesday. We haven't had a council meeting yet, but it's on the safety of Clinton Avenue. And both the police department and the engineering department have recommended that sidewalks be put in. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'd like it to be on our radar. It's not, certainly we're not talking money like Kingsbridge or West Glen, but it appears that there have been significant changes in the last couple of years, and specifically one that it has been determined unconstitutional to close that street to traffic and allow like residents to go in and out of their driveway. So it was a case in Leonia, and it was declared unconstitutional because you cannot treat one group of people different than another. So you can't say to local residents, okay, you can use this street, but nobody else can. So it's a real problem because people have been ignoring the signs, and there's really no enforcement. There's no legal enforcement. So I believe this time it's a little different. There seems to be a lot more residents, the parents of kids that are using that street, that are very concerned about the safety issue. So I don't know what's going to happen. We're having another meeting on February 8th, but I do somehow want to, if it happens that it is decided we need sidewalks, I don't want to have to wait. It would be, another half a school year and another full school year with a situation that is really not good. I don't know. Keith, what do you recommend? Is there?
So, I mean, again, this capital budget is fluid. Right now, we're hovering with estimates, so I don't want anybody to hold me to this number indefinitely, but to somewhere around, 7.8 million. If the council wanted to go a little higher, they can, as we go through each of these capital requests that the departments have made, and we've sort of prioritized amongst the leadership here in the village. We can modify some of these line items if that's the discretion of the council.
Excuse me, in that regard, Lorraine, as you know, there were a lot of residents who were unavailable for that meeting. You were the only council person who was able to stay for the entire meeting. I think it's premature, since we are going to be, I was out there today with police and manager and engineering to talk about when we're going to do this project when we don't know the scope of it. We don't know if we're going to do it because we haven't discussed it as a council. I think it's just premature. So, and it's not that it's not going to be a worthy project, whether it's this year or next year. I mean, certainly safety is a huge priority, but since no one has discussed this, I think it's premature to talk about moving it along quickly until we've had a chance to take a look at it.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying let's have it in our mind, and we have another meeting in a couple of weeks. We have several more budget meetings. I want to leave it open for discussion that we can come back to this. I don't want me to bring it up in 3 weeks and people say, well, you never mentioned anything. This is the first we've ever heard. So I want to put it out there.
Unfortunately for several members of the council, this is the first that they've ever heard.
I understand.
So now they've heard about it. We don't know what we're doing. I know that we've talked to everybody. I think that we'll have a fuller discussion later, after our February 8th meeting.
Okay.
Okay? Good.
Could I just say a couple things, not to go, could we get a copy of the case law? I do want to say that what happened last year with Glenn wasn't good, and I think Evan and I both felt during the budget process that we weren't aware of the advocacy of their project, and it was invisible to us, and that, no blame, but that was how we both felt. And now we don't want to be in that position again. However, the Clinton Ave thing is a big surprise because there has been no advocacy, and now we're again at the tip of this. We don't have a full value. We haven't had a discussion. The residents that reached out to me were dismayed that the meeting wasn't moved, and the full council doesn't even have a full understanding of the scope of the project. So I think over the next month, I'm open-minded. We did receive a very thoughtful letter from both sides, and I do like the approach because we've just spent $1.7 million of capital with the decision we just made, that we might want to talk about the sidewalks in future planning, but there were some ideas of painting the street and putting some parking enforcement in there. And there are some short-term things that we didn't have with Glen that I think we have with Clinton, but I don't fully know because no one's really filled this in on Clinton totally.
And I'm going to jump in here right now because this is a premature discussion to debate the sides of this. So with everyone's permission and agreement, I'm going to move this along because we just don't know enough about it yet.
And Mayor, just for clarification, I whispered to Bob because I didn't know the answer to this question, but traditionally the night of budget adoption, which is tentatively scheduled for April 10th, that would be the night that the comprehensive bond ordinance would be introduced. So again, just from a timing standpoint, and it's up to the majority of the council how they want to proceed on capital. But there's plenty of time to get to what the balance of the capital budget will look like for '24.
Right.
In the past, the bond ordinance has been introduced with the budget.
Oh, introduced.
In March and then adopted in April with the budget.
Either way, there's time. Whether you introduce.
The only issue that created is how much we appropriate in the capital improvement fund.
Because you need the 5% on budget.
Right. Good.
Okay. Additional capital requests, we have the street division, $390,000 to replace a hook lift, and I'll let Mike speak to our need on hook lifts.
So this will be replacing number 3 of 4. For lack of a better term, these trucks that we currently have are kind of ticking time bombs. Right now, I have 4 salt trucks to handle the entire town. Unfortunately, both times we were out this year, 1 truck did go down, which left us only 3 trucks to do the whole town. So again, this will be replacing 198 that is already gone. Motor blew in it. We did not put any more money into it. So this will help us to get back up to where we need to be.
Questions?
The only request for capital that was approved to present to the council was for signal division, was various communications, fiber upgrades for police, fire, and EMS radios. There is a push by the emergency services to upgrade their radios. This is the background or support. Rich could speak better to it. He's much more familiar with it.
So there is a division between what the emergency management group is asking for and what we're asking for. We do the infrastructure of the radio system. That's the antennas that are on roofs and the big base station radios that blast the conversations of police officers, firefighters, EMTs across the village to each other. What OEM is asking for is separate from what we are asking for. They are asking for portables that emergency personnel wear on their clothes. So the radio system that we maintain for the police officers and the firefighters was installed in 1994 when Central Dispatch was created. It is now 30 years old. We now have technology upgrades in all of that time that we need to upgrade. So the last couple of years, we put $60,000 a year into the system to prepare for this major upgrade. This year, we have $100,000 set. We are trying to create islands for our police department, our fire department, the other firehouse on West Glen, and the EMS, so that they can kind of control themselves if we get a storm or an outage. And where we're going with this for this year is the $100,000. Next year, we will be asking for a large sum of money to to upgrade the whole system at once. Because of technology, computers, and firmware, you cannot, we have, I think, 9 receiver sites and 1 transmit site. You cannot upgrade one of these sites at a time. We would love to. You can't, because of firmware and technology. We have to do the whole thing at once. So next year, we'll be asking for a large sum of money to come in and replace the whole radio system that's 30 years old that will support all of the communications of Central Dispatch, Police Department, Fire Department, and the Ambulance Corps. It is very important. I look at the communication system, this infrastructure, as your 4th emergency responder. You have police officers, firefighters, EMTs in your communication system. Every time somebody pushes a button to talk, they use this system to communicate with each other or in between agencies. It's 30 years old. It has done a fabulous job for us. We did it the right way in 1994. That was my second year here in Ridgewood. We did it the right way. It's been 30 years. It's used a little bit of maintenance over the years. Now it's time to redo it. So this year, we need that money to get ready for next year. So next year, we can ask for more to redo the whole system and keep these guys functioning as the way they do.
And
Thank you, Rich.
And just to piggyback off that, just to back up what Rich has said there, I think next year, as we approach the capital budget, you are going to see a lot more focus on emergency services communications. When I was here maybe 2 months in, the emergency services groups came in and did a presentation for Bob and I on what their long-term planning looked like and what their needs would be. And while we had some major infrastructure projects like West Glen sidewalks, like Kingsbridge in this year's capital budget, next year we are going to have to pivot and start to focus on that as an important subject area. So just to pinpoint that going forward.
Well, as long as we are planning this far in advance, then we can make decisions accordingly.
And that's why
knowing that we have to keep that much capital available for that project.
And that's why when you do have some time and you look at the capital spreadsheet, I'm sure most people were focused on what the requests were for 2024, but we've asked all of the departments to insert what their capital requests are projected to be from 25 all the way to 29. So as you look through that, you'll start to see a plan taking shape as to what we want these capital requests. We don't want to be deciding here tonight what the capital requests are going to be. We want to have sort of had a foundation laid for what each of the next 5 years is going to look like as we move forward in our planning.
I really appreciate that. That gives us perspective.
I love it. I think it's such great long-term planning.
Good.
All right, one last capital request is for water pollution. Our fire alarm system was granted a notice of violation from the Glen Rock Fire Inspector because it doesn't work. So we have to correct it and provide a functioning system.
So the fire alarm system, we already have capital open for. And then this year, we're going to add to the sludge pumps, correct, for the 65,000?
Yeah, well.
You can explain sludge pumps better than I can.
Three of our big sludge pumps need to be replaced. They're worn out. Quote from a vendor is $273,000. I went through the old capital accounts. I could find enough money for an initial award of about $100,000. I've written that up and submitted it to Keith for his review and presentation to you folks at the council. We also have other pumps that, as I mentioned at my start of this evening, everything's 20-plus years old, and it's starting to show its age. So we're trying to hold the plant together.
Thank you. Sure. Anybody? Questions? All good?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time, your expertise, and the work that you put into all of this.
Thanks, guys.
Good. And with that, we're going to take a 15-minute recess and pick up there. Sorry, you guys.
go. Let me start the video. Mic's back on.
Amsterdam, Copenhagen, and Stockholm, Northern Europe.
You have cameras on?
June 18th, I get back on July 3rd.
They're on. They're on. Good, okay.
Oh, no, the camera's not on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's not a heat wave, yes. Wow. Yeah, and the outlying areas are beautiful.
We're good. I want to call this meeting back to order. I want to thank everyone for their indulgence as we took a short but needed break.
Roll call. Deputy Mayor Perrin. Here. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd.
She stepped out of the room.
Okay. And Mayor Vagianos.
Here.
Okay.
Let's go.
Mayor, at this time, I'd like to call forward our Director of MIS, Dylan Hanson, to make his budget presentation tonight.
Hello.
Hello, Dylan.
How is everybody?
Welcome.
So there's a little bit of an increase in my budget due to contractual obligations for like antivirus, which is we renew every 3 years. So that came out to be a $18,000 hit this year.
Well, it's a lot more than that. I mean, I'm looking at, I mean, we're talking about line 29, right?
Yeah, I'm going through those right now. I just
Okay.
went through one of them.
Okay, oh, okay, keep going then, sorry.
The other thing that we do is we have a SDL. We extended last year. It normally costs us $30,000 a year. It's up to $50,000. Last year, the grant from the health department covered a chunk of it. So this year, I don't know if that's still in existence. It's not, as I get a nod from the audience. So we're going to have to carry that this year. We are using those licenses in the health department, engineering, building department, and other departments. We're actually trying to spread that product around to be utilized in more departments.
Dylan, would it be helpful if we asked the council just to refer to the memorandum behind sheet
I'm sorry.
28, behind sheet 28, and then you can walk everybody through these various increases? It's on the new letterhead, so.
So towards the end of that memo that I wrote, there's highlights covering everything.
Yeah, page 29, yeah.
No, you're talking about this?
Looks like this.
Yeah, yeah.
After 28.
Oh.
Take your time.
Well, after 28, but this explains where stuff, I reallocated stuff around on my budget. So we had server warranties on tab 26 that we didn't utilize last year. We used that towards other things. I ended up replacing those servers. The Mitel charge, we signed a 3-year contract. That's an additional $19,600 a year. We have our digital subscriptions to the news that we share with other departments. It's on tab 33. Tab 40, we did not utilize any of the training money last year because we had a tight budget, but I did ask for the money this year to utilize for myself and staff. Tab 41, I would like to bring at least one of my staff members this year down to the NJLM so they can get the experience of the classes and everything else. I think it would be good for them. So I have money in there for that. Trying to think what else we have here. Oh, we contractual services migrated many IT expenses to this tab. So that was SDL, which I already told you about. The website hosting was an additional $10,000. That's to continue with the Civic Plus. Didn't have that charge last year. Adobe CC licenses, which is the Creative Cloud. We utilize that for web design, videos, a bunch of things. We've had this now for 3 years. Our backup software, we renew every year for the latest and greatest updates. A new hit this year is the Cisco Meraki that covers firewalls and access points. When we buy the equipment, it comes with 3 years. This is only some of the equipment that's due this year. It expires in September. Our antivirus is every 3 years. It's $18,000 every 3 years, so $6,000 a year for all the computers and servers and laptops it covers. Murph is our AI for our recording for the phone system. The one thing that's nice about it, could get a virus because it's computer software, but it never gets bronchitis or sound. It always sounds the same, so it saved us a lot of money. The Mitel VoIP, we changed our phone supplier, so this is a 3-year contract. That's $19,000. Our SSLs we still need for our email and our websites that we host, e-ticket and stuff. It's a site security certificate. Everybody knows it as HTTPS when you go onto a website. DocuSign, we want to introduce this year to digitally signed documents from vendors and everything. Helps save on the snail mail waiting times. And then the one thing that we should have done last year, really want to do this year, is the penetration testing. This is an additional $21,000 this year. This tests our Wi-Fi, our internal network, our external network, and our employees on any vulnerabilities that I might not be aware of. We use our auditor to recommend companies. We never use the same company twice, and we would like to do this every other year, but this would not be a 3-year since we did it last time. And that's everything.
Questions?
Yeah, so, I mean, Dylan, your work is fantastic. Your people are great. I'm a huge fan. The new website's fantastic. Everything here looks fairly good except for the contractual services piece. And you are way smarter on this than I am, and so I'm not going to get in the weeds on it because you're going to embarrass me if I do. But we allocated $53,000 last year. You spent $88,000. Now you're asking for over $200,000. That's like a 4-fold increase, more than almost 4 to 5-fold increase. I got to ask you to go back and sharpen the pen on that. There's no way that I can get comfortable with that type of increase or something like this. There's got to be a way to come in closer to, and I'm not saying it's not going to be more, but closer to where we budgeted last year for this.
If you do look, some of the other line items went to the Navis because I reallocated from other tabs.
Mm-hmm.
So, and technically there's an increase, I think, of 110
right.
for everything. And then if you take the 21 for the penetration testing, the 18 for the antivirus, the additional 20 on the SDL package, the 11,000 for the Meraki for our firewalls and Wi-Fi, you get up there pretty quick.
I get it, but even taking into account the reallocation, you're still 31% over last year. There's got to be a way to do this. And again, I appreciate, in fairness to you, salary and wages you kept flat. Very much appreciate that. And again, I don't doubt that a lot of this stuff is needed, but there's got to be some priorities and see what we can put over to maybe next year, come up with some workarounds. But, you know, a 4 to 5-fold increase in that one category, I can't, I'm having a lot of trouble seeing that.
Through you, Mayor Dillon, absent the website, which ones are new as opposed to existing in '23?
So the Meraki's new. The antivirus we've renewed before 3 years ago.
And then we have the addition because you lost the SDL grant, so that's an increase, yes?
Yes, and the SDL, because we won't get grant to cover that portion this year.
So could I ask questions about that?
Yeah.
So one, because I don't think we as a council or in communications have fully explored how awesome SDL can be and its impact it can have on the general user, including the building department. I just want everyone to know that. But what happened to the grant? And is it definitely lights out, we're not getting it?
So one of the health grants expires in June, the other in December. So we'll drill down a little bit more on that when Dawn comes forward.
Okay.
But we don't have the capacity because of salaries and wages to cover some of the operating expenses through the grant.
So, I mean, SDL is a very viable program that, again, hopefully you'll echo this, that we haven't done as much as we should have with the public with it, but it's pretty cool and it has a lot of capabilities. It would be wonderful when we have the new help in terms of communications, but that's unfortunate. I'm sorry you didn't get the grant.
So, in Dylan's defense on many of these things, the more we invest in the use of technology, the more it costs to protect ourselves.
Is that on?
Yes, it is. So, with that being said, a lot of these things that are in his purview are just coming up now, website, again, not big bucks, but it starts to add up. This penetration testing, we're behind. It's a security method that we use to make sure that there's no infiltration into the system, that we're protected, that we have the best firewalls, because you don't want to be on the front page of the newspaper for something like that. So in his defense, yes, it's a large number, and he's tried to reallocate it from what's been out there before and consolidate it into one line item, and yes, it grows, but there's a price of having technology within your organization. It's a cost. You can't beat it.
I do think that, to the councilman's point, and balancing it with Bob's point that he just made, I do think we just need to go through this one more time and really, see if we can fine tune this. It's a lot in 1 year, and I'm all about technology. We have, we're very advanced here in Ridgewood when it comes to technology, and we're blessed in that respect. But at the same time, we just have to strike the right balance between the operating budget and the advancements that we need to make, and that MIS has been doing successfully all along.
Questions? Anyone else?
Linda, I do have one capital request for 12,000.
So actually, I think we're going to be able to pull that from existing capital, right? Is that where we left it? There was no capital. Yeah, so that's going to come from out of open capital.
Okay, then I'm good then.
Looks like you're
Don't-
very good.
Don't bring it up. That's my advice.
Good. Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you, Dylan, for everything.
Dylan, so my email's still going to work tonight, or?
It depends.
Oh, Dylan, I
gonna
wanted
be
to
a
say your
virus.
staff is wonderful.
Thank you.
They
Oh, yeah.
really help us with, the committee meetings, and they're a pleasure to work with.
I lucked out.
Okay, I'd like to ask Dawn to come forward to make the Health Department and Animal Control presentation. So as Dawn starts to explain this budget, I just want to call to the council's attention the fact that, as we mentioned earlier, there are 2 grants that Dawn was able to receive, and they have offset a number of operating expenses and salaries and wages when it comes to her department. So you're going to see some fluid numbers here because we did make every effort to extend both grants to cover our salaries and wages for those specific employees who are funded through the grant through June 30th, but also to extend it through the second grant till December 31st. So, Dawn, if you want to just sort of take us through that and all the requests you're making this year.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Dawn.
So unfortunately, since 2020, we were able to obtain grants. This past year, their fiscal year, the grants that we have, the first grant was the OLPH grant, which was mostly for salaries. And the requirement was to hire 2 people, where I hired Serby and Danielle, which I think all of you have seen them out in the community. They're doing great work. Unfortunately, at this time, all we know is that we have $50,000 starting July 1st for the OLPH grant. There might be more money. They just haven't given us any answers yet. With the second grant, we had $139,000, and that's where we donated money to buy SDL for other departments as well as our department. We're donating money to the police department to buy a sign for pedestrian safety. What happened with that grant is it was supposed to end June 30th, 2024, and they told us, hey, whatever money you have another year to spend it. So now we're kind of, which is a great thing, but at the same time, a lot of the things where I was trying to spend it, giving it wherever, now we're kind of backtracking and saying we really want to keep our staff on. So we've done some adjustments, and as of right now, through the grants, we can cover their salaries through the end of the year, through the end of 2024. So, and again, it might be more money, we don't have any answers, and we probably won't have the answers until, a month before the grant ends. So do you have questions regarding the grants?
Well, let me just start by saying you've done an outstanding job in obtaining grants. Again, so much so that you were giving money to other departments. And on behalf of the council and the village, we really appreciate that, because you're always out in the weeds trying to find more money to do good things. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We were fortunate to have these grants through COVID. We needed the staffing, and that was how we were able to get the vaccine clinics going and all of the outreach that we were doing. And, I'm grateful that they've lasted this long, and I'm still in denial that they're really kind of weaning out, but we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Questions?
No, I just want to echo yours is always the easiest budget because the grants are so great. And not only is it great financially, but the services. And I know it's a year past since COVID, but you really put Ridgewood on the map and made everybody feel so lucky to have a health department. And I just love working with you, and I love the staff that you've hired. So it's great.
Thank you.
And I know that now we're going to be farming you out
Oh.
for more shared services.
Yes.
Which is also of great benefit to the village. Again, we're in that sweet spot where we have a lot of services that a lot of towns don't have, and this is how we will work to keep taxes from going up too quickly. And you're a big part of that. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm excited. February 1st.
Good. Questions, anyone?
Okay, if we could move to any other questions on health? Animal control, and I want to just commend Dawn. She has an initiative with regard to a dog census this year. So, Dawn, you want to speak a little bit to the animal control budget and why there is a slight increase?
Sure. So in the past, it was a requirement to do an animal census or canvas. I don't know if anybody ever remembers when we had the crossing guards going to everyone's house.
I do.
Yes, I was managing that. It was insanity. I think I had 19 crossing guards that I was sending all around, and the stories I could tell you were very interesting. But we obtained about 700 licenses from those canvases, and that was a requirement back then for us to do a half a year canvas for each town, half of the town each year. So we would do. Every year we would get a half of the town, and then the next year would be the next half, and then we'd go do the other half again. We haven't done it in a few years. Obviously with COVID, we've been really busy, and it's not a requirement anymore, so it was just not something that was a priority. However, the past year or two, we've noticed an increase in animal bites, whether it's dogs to other dogs or dogs to people. And in the past, we've done some programs we had Kathy Santos come, she's a dog trainer, and talk about dog behavior. And so we thought this year we're going to focus on rabies, and we also are doing this through the grant, so we're focusing on rabies and pet behavior and trying to avoid the animal bites, because most of the bites that come in, the dogs are not licensed. So we're trying to increase that. So Tyco can do the canvas. They charge $1 per house. So rather than hiring somebody to do it, they would take care of it for us. So that's why there's an increase in the budget.
Sounds like it's a good long-term investment.
Definitely.
And Dawn, just to be clear, that'll just be for 2024. In 2025, that'll fall off until a subsequent year when you decide to do it a second time.
Yes. Or we could do half a year and then do a half a year, half the town, and I keep saying half a year, half the town this year, half the town next year, and then just keep alternating, so it would be half the price. Either way would be fine. If we did, the reason why I was thinking about doing it this year also is because of Valley Hospital moving. We're going to lose some revenue with birth certificates, so I thought it would be smart to kind of bring in some more revenue with the animal licenses.
Good idea. Thanks for thinking like that.
Is the pet inventory 100% physical, or are you going to use the license as the driver? Like, how's it going to work?
I'm sorry.
If you're looking for the dogs and the licenses in enforcement, that you register your dog, right? And then are you going to go to every house?
So they go to every house. So the way when I did it, I'm not sure exactly how they do it, but the way I did it, I had a door hanger made up.
Mm-hmm.
I still have them. And if there's evidence of a dog, so if there's a leash, if there's a sign, if they hear a dog barking, if they see a cat in the window, they just tag the door, and it just says, with a attached application, and it just says, we think that you have a dog at this address because we heard barking. You check off barking,
Right.
and then call us if you don't. And then sometimes people will call and say, oh no, I just have a beware of dog sign, but there's not really a dog in there. we usually let it go, but
Yeah, but it's a wonderfully simplistic system. You use the technology of the doorbell.
Yeah, right.
And then the dog barks.
yes. Yeah, so that's basically how it works.
Yep.
Okay. I was just wondering. I mean, I will say that Seamus is licensed in Ridgewood, and he's at the beach. And when our beach town was doing the inventory, they knew we had him because he barked at them. But then Dawn gave me the license copy, and we submitted it, and he didn't count at the beach. It's interesting.
So there's dog reciprocity is what
There
you're saying.
is.
It's good to know.
Wow.
Good to know.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't live there more than 6 months in one day. It's good.
That could be imposed on anyone that doesn't register their dog?
Yes.
Do you know what that results in? How
It's
much?
$30. So this year we wrote maybe 50 tickets. So it's $30 that comes in for that. And that's it's a state law to license your dog. In Ridgewood, we have the local law to license cats as well. And the reason why cats are so important is because most cats are free roaming, and they're more likely to come in contact with a rabid raccoon or a rabid animal and contract rabies.
Anything else for Dawn?
All good.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you. Hope you're not here too late.
Thanks.
I'd like to bring up our tax assessor, Bill Palumbo.
Forget it.
I don't like following her.
Who would?
She gets grants. I mean, come on. It's not fair.
How are you, Bill?
Good. How are you all this
Good.
evening? So, in the grand scheme, we're not actually increasing our budget. It is a request for certain items that we had requested last year that were taken out because of the budget situation. So it's really just putting those items back in, requesting them this year. It's really the fact that we need defense when it comes to appeals. If we have a large appeal that takes place, if the state rules on their side, there's times we need the money in order to pay cash out. It's not always a credit situation. We would like to do that, but sometimes they request cash and there's nothing we can do about it. So to have the reserve of the $75,000 actually protects us. Last year we did take a pretty good hit on one of the appeals that was an appeal from 2016. So they had years and years and years of buildup of appeals, and the same company had an appeal that went their way from another town. Their attorney said, worked. So then they threw it at us. And the state said, worked there, it's gonna work here. So that's the problem with having appeals last as long as they do. Sometimes you work it out, just keep going every year to year. Sometimes you get in a tax court change, and now that appeal is thrown in your face and there's nothing you can do about it because the state says it. Not because we're fighting, not because the county's agreeing, it's the state.
So I'm a little confused. And so we last year we apportioned 158,000. You only spent 154,000 this year. So, listen, I'm asking questions I don't know the answer to. Like I'm not trying to be aggressive. But if we got caught having to pay all the stuff out, then why did we actually come in under budget last year?
So Bill, if I through you, Mayor. So last year, the operating budget for tax assessors is essentially the same as it was last year.
Right.
What we're adding back in is the 78,200 as a reserve for tax appeals. This is a revenue source that you try to contribute to each year. Without question, it's part of best practices in operating municipal government that you continue to have a fund that if you do have a major tax appeal, you can not only pay for your professional services out of there, but you can settle any type of, you can come to some sort of settlement. You have some funding available to do that. This was taken out of last year's budget in light of some difficult budget decisions that needed to be made in 2023. We're looking to, at least on first glance of the budget, try to restore that fund, and we would try to maintain that in years to come. It's basically an insurance policy that we have money available in case we have any severe liability when it comes to a tax appeal.
I hear you, but for the last 3 years, we've been largely flat. You got an $8,000 variance in the last 3 years. So is it just because we're afraid that we're going to have like a 1 in 1 in 10 year problem where we're gonna get socked with something? Because 160,000, 155,000, 158,000 for the last 3 years, we've been largely consistent, and now you wanna go up to 250,000.
I'll let Bob speak to the apportionment for the past few years. And then, Bill, I'd like you to just comment, I don't want to get into the specifics of any pending appeals, but if you could just sort of summarize where we are today, that might be helpful in the council's decision-making process. Bob?
So the concept is, we had a tax appeal last year that was settled. We had no appropriation, no reserve for it, so it hit the bottom line. It went directly against operations. So as Keith said, best practices is to try and put some money aside every year. I've been trying to do this for at least 4 years now. Every year I put $75,000 in, and because budget cuts, we take it out. So you don't really see it in here at all until...
Never made the cut.
Because it never made the cut. So I suggested to Bill that we do this again to sort of cushion any tax appeals that may come against us, so we sort of have money in the bank to pay for that. It's just like any of these other reserves I have for snow trust or things of that nature. It's rainy day funds that may be needed so as not to affect operations. That's why. So that's...
Bill, why don't you summarize where we are from a tax appeal?
We do have one I'm afraid of. I'm not gonna lie. It was a senior center. I'm not gonna say the town. I'm not gonna say what the results. The state approved them. The numbers I'm getting back are quite scary. So the 75,000 probably wouldn't even be enough. And there's nothing I could do about it. It's a state approved appeal.
How old is the appeal?
It started in 16 or 17.
Wow.
That's, like I said, that's the problem with letting them sit for multiple years. It builds up because they're looking for a return for every year they've appealed. They're not just looking for a flat amount. They're looking for a credit. They're looking for money back. They're looking for all these things because they've been appealing for 7 years.
And they're typically on larger parcels, so.
They are very large
I'm not
parcels.
going to mention any specific properties because I don't think I'm allowed to, but, you know, that is something when we have contributing large parcels of land and they go for a reassessment, that's where we'll get kind of really hit.
Yes.
Right.
Which is a concern because all of you can think about some of the contributing large parcels of land and think about a challenge from one of them. That's not good. I think this is, I think it's good because if an appeal comes, we have a reserve. We know that the appeals are happening more. We had one recently. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, so I'm not gonna say too much. But I think it's wise because in the event that one of the larger places does this, we need to be prepared.
And just bear in mind, and maybe I should have started off with this from a procedural standpoint, but if we didn't spend any of that, if we budgeted that 78,000 and we didn't spend any of it, it would get rolled over into a trust account. It would be available in future years. Whereas all of the rest of this, these unexpenditures, you know, they roll into surplus. This would roll into a separate standalone account, similar to the snow trust fund, and we would have it for ensuing years in case you ever took on the liability of a larger appeal or a settlement.
Any questions, anyone?
Yeah. No guarantee it makes the final cut, but it's in there to start. Let's put it that way.
I think it's a very smart move.
It's a very smart move that's gone 0 for 4 for the last 4 years. So, further reason to take a close look at it this year.
Anything else for Mr. Palumbo?
Well, good. Thank you,
William?
Bill.
Thank you. He grew up at Woodland Park, by the way.
Good man.
Chief Judge?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Okay, just before we start, Chief Judge, with Chief Judge and his presentation, there was a color-coded copy of the top sheet that was placed at your seats tonight.
Pass it along?
So if you could just put that on top of the black and white copy that you received in your binder. The color codes reflect the merging of the EMS budget with the fire budget. There will be a similar spreadsheet like this when Jeremy Kleiman comes in on the OEM side to see where some of those operational budgets were merged. But I just, for clarity, so that you know why this budget looks different than last year's budget when it comes to the fire department, it's because a lot of those EMS functions have been taken over by the fire department, and administratively we've combined the budgets. So with that, Chief, if you want to start with your salaries and wages.
Absolutely. I was just, if you don't mind, take about 30 seconds, go over a couple items for those
Sure.
watching at home, those who aren't here. I know you guys are well aware of what we do, but just a couple of highlights from last year if I can. Some of the big couple things from last year. We had a mandated 24-hour course that the state mandated for every firefighter. We found a little way to handle it without sending them to class, and it was a $75,000 in savings to the village and overtime costs. Last year, we were successful with 2 grants. We got the $32,000 American Rescue Plan firefighter grant, and we got a $263,000+ AFG grant for air packs. In May, we brought a After the Fire program to Ridgewood High School at no cost. These were 2 members from the Seton Hall fire in 2000 that got severely injured. So they come and we got them to do a class for all the high school seniors, and they do a fire safety education class, which this year Jeff Nias looks to be doing again for the next class before they send them off. We brought on 3 new fire volunteers last year. And a couple goals just for this year is, as I'll go over, is to bring on 3 new members. I want to fully roll out the Operation Blue Angel program, which we are just in the ends of working on. We have talked to everyone about the Autism Awareness Month coming up in April and Autism Shield training we're doing for the department and the police department. We're going to do additional CPR and first aid classes that we've been planning with everyone, and we're hopefully successfully implement our new billing company as the RFP is due back in 10 days. And that's where we're at with that. A couple quick highlights from the year.
Thank you, John.
Okay. On to operating. So I will try to go through this as easy as possible. The unfortunate part is you're going to see incredibly, incredibly high increases in a lot of these boxes, not due to actual increases and due to the fact that last year these numbers just weren't in this budget. Because what we did was we took the EMS Special Operations ties budget and cleanly divided it up, meaning there was no additional money added to either section on either side, just they were added into here. So
But your bottom line number is 7.54%? Proposed?
Propose what's there? Sure. Yes, I'll go with that. The number that's there, if that's the calculated
Is
number.
is that a real number, 7.54?
Where?
Yeah, the total budget increase.
Oh.
So as I said, that's also a budget increase with the fact that it was taken away from another department as well.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So I'll go through that.
It was an accounting thing because EMT now, but I guess, Bob, my question is, so is the proposed budget here that John's speaking to 7.5% higher than what it was last year?
Yes, but it also includes,
Right,
which I'm going to go over, yes.
I think what Evan's saying is, when you put them all together,
Right.
is that 7.5% strictly as a result of that, and that if you add them all together, there is no increase?
I think it's more that way, and I'll go over a couple of the changes right now.
Sure.
Okay.
Let Bob speak to it.
Yeah. good.
So my understanding is that they're combined in that 7.5% is collectively comparing the way it was to what it is now.
Right, so the line items for EMT, for instance, came over with what we spent last year. And
Correct.
then-
That's
So the
my
7.5% is essentially what you're saying you want to ask for over what fire and EMT spent collectively last year versus what you want to do this year, right?
Yes and no. There are a couple line items here that show only an amount for '24 that doesn't reflect the prior year information from other departments. So I'm going to say, what color is this?
Blue are the new ones, and then orange is anywhere that EMS was added into an already existing line that fire had.
So the blue line items in that sheet are brand new,
Orange is combined.
so they would contribute to part of that increase.
Gotcha, so blue was not on our budget last year at all?
That's,
But
yes.
And
In
blue-
fire, it
blue's all
wasn't.
at 0, so, yes? Percent increase? So blue really nets out. Unless, although you guys are doing so great with the fonts, but this blue is definitely gonna mess
Yeah,
us
the blue's
up.
tough.
It's
Alright.
really hard to see the black.
Right.
And I'll explain all
So-
that in a second as well.
No, just one page.
So, but
Can
the
I-
blue is all at
Oh,
0%,
yeah,
so those two,
right, right.
it's not really,
Gotcha.
Because it's a new account.
right.
Right.
So prior year's history. I'm with you. I got it.
All right, so total budget increase from 2023 was 482.75.29. Of that, 248.418.93 was all contractual. That's out of my hands. That leaves an OE increase of 233.856.36. Of that, we brought over 134,542 for EMS. 63,000 was added back in for the hydrant rental, which is due to Ridgewood Water. And 22,200 was added in away from me for the signal service contract that they're sharing upon the departments for the radios. That is part of that. So the only increase that I've been in control of is $14,114.36. So that's kind of where all that money came from. That's where all the money came from.
And
just
by
so
the way,
you know.
John, I'm not actually giving you grief. I actually, at 7.5%, was actually pretty, I don't want to say happy, because we're going to have to figure out how to pay for that, but compared to some of the other numbers I've been seeing tonight, they're in the double digits. I was going to laud you for actually coming in with, I think, something closer to where we're going to wind up, as opposed to doing what sometimes we do, which is ask for here, hoping we'll end up here. You're actually, I think, starting somewhere more realistic, so thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of work between Keith, Bob, Olivia, Steve, Finance. They've been fantastic helping do this whole process. So thank you to them. I don't want to go through it now, but if anybody wants it, I can send you. I went through each account, every page of what actually dollar figure got brought over. So I can send you that if you want, just to not go through literally every penny right now. But I can send that if you'd like. Do you want me to go over the hires?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So we're asking for 3 firefighter hires, but that isn't 3 new hires, just to be clear.
Is there a page number? Is there like a separate page on this one?
It's the personnel sheet, the second page.
Okay.
It's probably the tiniest font in the
Yes.
book.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
It's right after the summary page.
So the 3 new
yeah, yeah.
firefighters.
It has it has the whole roster of all the current employees.
So wait, John, before we begin, how many
Yeah.
are we at now, and are there any retirements, like numbers
We have,
wise?
we have one retirement that has not been filled.
Correct.
We have one person who has been deployed, but a second person will be retiring, somewhat dovetailing with his return from his deployment. So we're looking to fill that position, which will be the person deployed, and then ultimately that person will succeed someone who's going to retire at the end of the year.
So it's 47 minus 3.
So we'll be at 46 by the end of the year. It's +1 is what I'm looking to do.
Okay. So you, at the end of the year, you want to be at 46?
I'd like to be at 46.
And that deployment just stays as an employee and then comes back?
He'll come back, the
Yep.
other person on the staff, existing staff will retire.
Got it.
So that person will fill the deployment
Right.
vacancy, and then ultimately the retiree's vacancy. The pending retiree.
And we
What's
did that
date? What's that date?
literally the same time it comes back, end of the year and end of the year.
Right.
So it all just one goes into the other. So we're trying to get a jump on this too, because like right now, for other reasons, we're down 4 people.
Right.
I have 2 out of medical as well for extended leave right now.
And the same phenomenon that we've talked about with regard to the police department, where when you have a vacancy and then you're calling in, you have calling in overtime shifts, now you're paying more, where, when you have the employee to actually fill the shift, and in this case, the deployment and the retirement sort of meet each other, that was helpful.
And unfortunately, even with the higher Fire 1, Fire 2, EMT school, it takes a significant amount of time to get them up and running as well. So,
And
I'd like-
interestingly enough, too, without getting too into personnel, some of the candidates who are eligible to be hired as new recruit firefighters are already village employees. So there's something appealing about that as well in other departments.
So quick question.
Yes.
I know with police officers, from the time they hire them, then it's 6 months in training, and then another 6 months. It's like a year before they're fully fledged. Is it basically the same with fire?
Within a couple months, yes, because just the academy alone, you're talking over 12 weeks, over 3 months, plus EMT school, which takes, I think, full-time now, it's 220 hours, so.
Okay.
And then all the training and everything else, so they won't be on shift. If, let's say they started February, they wouldn't be on shift till probably even September,
Okay.
October at this point, and then counting, we try and, everyone gets things differently, so they might count towards minimum staffing by October 1, by November 1, just depending on,
Okay.
but around that, it's a long stretch, unfortunately.
And are there so do they take a civil service test like police?
They did, yes. So we did the entry exam. We got that. We certified the list. We got less names back. We sent them for the physical agility test, which now is a new thing back since COVID. They stopped it, but it's a physical exam, pass, fail. They went and did that. We lost another handful.
Oh.
And we have a reduced list, which we interviewed recently.
So do you have enough people on the list?
We do.
Okay.
So, yes.
And then how many volunteers?
Right now, 6 to 7, I'll say, because we had one put a leave in this year.
Mhm.
Our captain took a leave for a reason, and so he went there, and then we brought 2 more volunteers this year, and a third one right now, we brought in, which we're just doing the psych on as we speak, actually tomorrow.
And this is a really granular question. For the Parkwood, Upper Ridgewood house, how many firefighters in one day in a 24-hour need to be at at the secondary location?
There are 3, minimum 3, and I would love to if it was 4 even, but it is 3.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you say you would like it to be 4?
I would love there to be additional staffing up there, absolutely, but there is 3. You know, right now they say a basic fire, you should have at least 16 people in your first alarm assignment. We go with 9. And that's if everyone's available at that moment to go to that fire. But like everybody else, I'd be asking for, plenty more firefighters, which I understand is not.
And the 9's the combination, 6 from the lower, 3 from the higher?
Say that again?
When you say.
Oh, yes, that's 3 from the lower and 6 from the lower and 3 from the higher, correct.
Okay.
And that covers 2 engine, a rescue, an ambulance, a truck, and the command car.
And I do want to say I was asked by a number of council people when I first arrived here to sort of do an overarching analysis into the need for the second firehouse. In really drilling down with those numbers over a 2-hour meeting on spreadsheets, the operation of the secondary firehouse is less than $10,000 a year. And John was able to prove that out with Bob's assistance. It didn't seem to me to be something, and I know that in the past there's been controversy over the debate of whether or not that firehouse should stay open or should be closed. But for less than $10,000 a year in operational costs, it just didn't seem like something to tackle in this particular budget cycle. So if that's out there for anybody's edification, that's my current position on that particular topic.
Questions?
Capital?
Capital?
All right. Let's put this back. We have 4 items on for capital this year. The first item is $80,000 for NFPA compliant air packs. We are due to replace all of our air packs. About 15 years ago when they were due, we got those all through grant as well. Air packs are almost $8,900 a piece times 45. But because we got that grant for $263 and we got $50,000 last year, I'm just asking for $80,000, which would allow us to do everything this year at once. Because you can't do it in pieces, because then some guys have new packs and people have old. It just gets too confusing, and it's a safety issue.
That's great. Great planning.
So that was that. Number 2 is the tools and equipment. Asking for $15,000 in that account. Right now, we currently need 2 thermal imaging cameras. They're between $4,000 and $8,000 a piece. We need $5,000 to $7,000 in tools and equipment. I have a little bit of money in a prior account, but I can't even spend that because our hose testings every year, and a couple of years ago, we spent $7,200 when hose failed, and recently we spent $5,000 for when hose failed. Just hose is expensive. So I need to save a little money for testing, so that's what that account is for. That covers equipment, meters, hose nozzles, things of that nature. Number 3 was replacing 10-year-old firefighting gear. We initially went into a plan of 4 years at $45,000. Because we got the NFPA grant, the American Rescue Plan grant last year, we were able to cut back on that. And then we're requesting $20,000 this year because we do need 5 sets this year. There's no question about that. We can push a little bit off. And I did apply for the grant again because it came out for $75,000 this time for the American Rescue Plan grant for 2024, but I haven't heard back on that yet. So hopefully that will completely wash away any need for any future as well. And then the apparatus replacement. This was a sinking fund start, $250,000. Unfortunately, we bought an engine in 2019, it was $478. I remember years ago it was $360. Before COVID it was $720. People are paying 1 to 1.1 right now, and I'm being told you should probably ask for at least 1.3 for an engine. Someone just paid $1.995 for a ladder, and a Seagrave ladder is like $2.3 to $2.5. It's just insanity how high this is getting.
And so the 250 is just a sinking
It's
fund.
just to start sinking fund.
So the philosophy here is to replicate what we do with Maple Field Turf, which is to take the $50,000 and appropriate it in capital and just have it sitting there. for the time in which you're going to now purchase a new fire engine. And it would be my philosophy moving forward to at least have a minimum of 250 going into that sinking fund each year, depending on what our capacity is in future budget years when it comes to capital. Maybe that number goes up a little bit, especially as you get closer to the actual purchase. But fire apparatus is the most expensive thing that you're going to buy out of capital, short of buying a piece of private property. And, we need to just prepare for it each year rather than have to take on that huge amount of debt service when you actually go to purchase a truck.
Do we earn interest on that if it's just going to sit there?
No, unless and I want to clear this up because you're the second person to ask me that today. You take, while the money's just appropriated, until you spend it, you are not accruing any type of interest.
So we're not just taking 250 out of this year's budget and putting it somewhere where
You're appropriating 250 for use at some point. So if the truck's going to be $1 million and you're going to wait till year 4 to buy the truck, you'll have 250 from each of your calendar year capital requests, and once you get to that $1 million mark, then you can purchase that truck for $1 million.
So I'm not going to take everyone's time up. I'll talk to you later about that. I want to understand that a little more, but again, I don't want to.
Sure. Yeah, until you actually spend the money, you're not actually borrowing the money, so you're not taking on any cost.
We're not bonding it.
You're appropriating it in a bond.
Until we actually buy the truck, which means that's why we're not paying any interest on it.
Until you spend the money?
Yeah.
You don't have to go out and
Right.
borrow the money.
Gotcha. John, how many years away are we from needing an engine?
About 2 years ago. It's a 2003 engine. I asked for it last year, but we didn't have the funding, I understand. It's a 2003. NFPA says 15 years front line, 5 years second. Backup, we're at 21 years. They're about 2+ years out once we purchase. On a good side, we're 2 years out. And we just went through maybe 4, 5, 6, 5 months of 2 engines being out of service because they just couldn't get parts. It was in pieces, and one's still in pieces out the garage right now. So when we have recall, we have increased mutual aid needs, or we have recalls here, and there's just literally nothing for them to even ride, unfortunately.
Gotcha. So it's tape and Band-Aids until we can.
Exactly. And the garage has been doing a fantastic job getting trying to find the parts, and
Yep.
there's just supply chain issues, and it's just, there's
And
nothing
this-
more we can do than wait.
This is the first year for the fund, right?
Yes,
So
because I
it's
tried to
not-
start it last year, and it got.
I'll be honest with you, we hadn't even talked about that sinking fund until we had our capital budget meeting on Thursday morning. And as I went back to my office afterwards and was playing in the Excel spreadsheet with these numbers, it just became a priority. Because if you don't start putting this money away, with the cost of these fire trucks now, you're just never going to be comfortable,
Well, if
ordering it until it's almost too late.
Well, if
And,
it's
and
one
that's,
point-
that's the position I don't want to see this council or any future village council. I don't want to see you in that position.
If it's 1.5 million today, at 250 a year, that's 6 years away, and in 6 years, it's not going to be 1.5.
Correct.
So-
And that's the catch-22 that you're in. But you have to start somewhere.
You have to start somewhere.
Right.
Good. I think we're.
And,
I think
and,
we're all
and
good.
you'll see that there's a couple of philosophical things that we're talking about as we go through these budget hearings. One, with Bill Palumbo, is the reserve for tax appeals, right? And then, as we get into talking about police vehicles, there will come a day that I would love to see all police vehicles come out of operating and not come out of capital. It's going to take us a little while to get there, but this capital budget that you're looking at now is a first step on some of these philosophical things that just put us in a year-to-year plan to get us to where we need to be when we have to make these major investments.
Well, just that the capital budget goes through 2029 is exactly the kind of thing that we need to do so that we can, instead of getting hammered one year with a $2 million truck, even if we don't get there with our sinking fund, it still won't be $2 million. So, good.
I mean, just to give you the escalation of trucks, and I use this example all the time. When I was elected in 2002, they had just bought 4 fire trucks. One of them was a ladder truck for $2 million. 4 trucks, one was a ladder, $2 million. Now you're looking at a ladder truck costing $2 million. So you're getting one truck for what it cost you in 2000 to have 4. I mean, that's talk about inflation and escalation of costs. But we need to put ourselves on a planned trajectory for funding these in the long term.
Good.
I just want to say thank you to Keith, Bob, Olivia, Steve, all finance for all your help streamlining this present to everyone tonight, and thank you, Mayor and Council. Have a nice evening.
John, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, John.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Molino, Building Department, last but not least here.
I don't think he's last, actually.
You saved the best or the easiest to last, I hope?
I don't know, I see 16% staring at me.
Yeah, it went down a little bit. I went up a little bit. Some things I was able to reduce, and some things, costs like the rental, that where we keep our records in Glen Rock, some costs we can't do anything about, and they went up. But it's close to, it's 1%. The Finance Department put down a 1% increase.
So Tony, why don't you begin with the two requests for additional part-time personnel?
Yes. We're severely understaffed based on the amount of work that we have. There are 2 women in the office, 2 technical assistants in the office who have jobs to do. The one request is for one person to be able to deal with, mainly with people at the counter, people that come in, people drop off applications. They have to be reviewed at the counter. It takes time. Before I retired, I was the zoning officer here, and I knew what it was like to start a review, have to get up, see someone at the counter, go back, try to figure out where I was in this review, and it happened all the time. A person who could, an application has to be reviewed again at the counter. We're looking for signatures, we're looking for raised seals from the professionals. We're looking at information like a riser diagram for plumbing or for a gas riser. Those things, if we catch them at the counter when it's applied for, it makes it easier for the code officials to make a review. If it's not in there, they have to make a phone call or send an email out saying, I'm missing something. So that's a delay. And again, there are phone calls, there are people come to the counter, requests for inspections. All these things have to be done by just 2 people in the main office, and it just takes so much time from all those other things that we have to do. UCC is specific about how we do things. We're governed by the DCA, and there's just certain process as to how we have to take an application from start to finish.
So Tony, you're asking for 2 part-timers?
The other part-timer is for an electrical inspector.
Actually, so the first part-timer would just be to work in the front desk.
An administrative, I think it's a keyboard clerk is the title for.
And what are you budgeting that at?
I'm sorry?
What's the budget for that? What are you thinking that's going to cost?
I think we talked about it, and I think, and Bob, you can correct me if I'm, was it $20 or $22 per hour for a part-time administrative person? And these are both part-time positions where we're not looking at benefits and things like that. So was it 20 or
It was $22 an hour for 720 hours.
22
for the year. That's $15,840.
For the 2 people or for
No,
one?
just for the administrative person.
Just for the clerical.
Just for one.
Right, so
The electrical
15,000 for
was
somebody-
$40 an hour for 1,050 hours for the year for 42,000.
Okay, yeah, I don't know that we would need that. See, we have an electrical subcode official. He's full-time, and I printed out what he has done. I only did last year. I looked at the year before, and it's comparable as to the number of inspections. So he comes in, he can do a plan review or 2, then he runs out and does inspections. Comes back and maybe can do a plan review or 2. In 2023, he made 2,136 inspections, the one guy. And there's always a pile this high on, for him to review. And those get chipped away a little at a time, a little in the morning, a little in the afternoon. A part-time, and I don't think, Bob, what was the number you said, the number of hours for, that you estimated?
1050.
The electrical is 1050, 1,050.
I don't know that it would have to, because Steve will still go out and make inspections, be able to split it up a little more evenly in the office and outside. I don't know that it would need to be that many hours, but, I mean, I guess, it could go higher in the busy season, and it might be a little bit lower when it's not so busy, like now, although it hasn't slowed down. There's a village, I worked here for 30 years, it's never slowed down, not in all those 30 years, and it seems to be just even busier now than it ever was. But I mean, it's people want to live here, people want to expand, people want to, make their homes better.
So Tony, just so you know, every inspector, part-time inspector, we've assumed 1,050 hours. So it's consistent across the board. Some may be higher, some may be lower.
The plumbing inspector.
All 4 existing part-timers are estimated at 1050
Right.
hours.
Right. Our plumbing inspector, see, we have 3 plumbing inspectors, one only for 1 day a week. So I don't think that, I didn't think to see how many hours they actually worked. But I don't know that it hit that many, because we have 3 guys. We split that up amongst 3. And right now, it's just one guy doing them all. And so, it'd be very helpful. We're behind. We're supposed to make an inspection after 24 hours of the request, 72 hours. We have to be out there within 3 business days. We just can't. We can't do that. And the state's been up here asking that question. And he said it's the same everywhere we go. No one is able to stay within that guideline, that 72-hour guideline. It's just, I mean, it's busy everywhere. The entire state and the entire country is busy, But I'm only concentrating on here, and people are waiting. There's the new rule from Trenton that would allow a contractor to hire his own inspection service, and we'd have to reimburse them. This is new state law, the end of last year. We would have to reimburse, and we're talking really big projects. We don't have really big projects here right now, but that can happen where an inspection agency can come in, do the inspections for us, basically, because we're not out there. We're slowing jobs down because we're not out there in time to make these inspections. We would have to reimburse the contractor for those inspections. I don't know if it'll happen here. So far, they're able to deal with the delays. They plan ahead. We're not supposed to schedule an inspection till the work is actually ready for it. If I did that, I don't know, we'd be dead. We will take an inspection request down the road. I'll be insulating in 3 days. Can you come out on the 4th day? And we do that only because it just makes life easier for everybody. We're not supposed to by state law. Everybody does it though, because if we waited for you to finish, now you're gonna wait for 3 or 4 more days, and you won't be able to do your drywall or whatever comes next in your job.
I hear everything you're saying, but I keep coming back to some of these numbers. You're at 713 appropriated. You spent about 700,000 to your credit, 702,000. You're actually under budget last year, which is great. I don't want to hold that against you. And you're asking for essentially $130,000 more than you spent last year. I hear everything you're saying, but I think you got to sharpen the pencil on this. And I'm not sure exactly where that comes from, and I'm going to defer to you on it. But like when I'm seeing a 16% increase, and we're seeing a lot of this stuff, I mean, it's really easy for us to tell everyone these are all really worthwhile things, and we need to do all this stuff. But at some point, we have to make some hard decisions. And again, I'm going to have a lot of trouble finding $130,000 increase over what you actually spent last year.
What is the 16% increase? What is that?
So I'm showing here over 8%, your 16% appropriation you're asking for now versus what was appropriated to you last year. So you got 713 appropriated to you last year. You're asking for 830 now. But even that's a little skewed because you didn't spend the 713, you only spent 702. And Bob, if I'm getting any of this wrong, please correct me because I know you've looked a lot more at this than I have. And I'm saying the same thing I'm saying to all the other folks. I mean, nothing you're saying to me I disagree with. And everything you're saying sounds reasonable, and we should do this, but at the end of the day, resources are not unlimited.
I understand. Yeah, there are expenses that we have no control over. And,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not saying it's gonna be zero. I'm just saying it ain't gonna be 16%.
I understand. You know what, I don't know where, and our permits, the permit numbers are down just a little bit from 2022, slightly. The revenue did change a little bit. That's another thing about revenues, it comes in, it's done differently. If you build new volume, we charge by the cubic foot. If you're doing other than building brand new volume, then we charge by the estimated cost. So that's why that can change. The number of permits can be exactly the same, but the revenue can go up and down and change just because of the way we have to. Again, we set a fee, but we're told how to do it. You know, so we set the numbers so that we're supposed to run it. So I can't, you know, if we have a bad year, the revenues will be down.
All right.
But the number of inspections can be exactly the same.
What
That's
I
what's crazy.
think, Tony, you need to do here, to the councilman's point, I think what we need to do is we need to go back into your part-time staff, and we need to evaluate what hours they worked in calendar year '23, because all of their salaries are based off that 1050 number that Bob alluded to earlier, as is the potential for the new part-time electrical inspector. So I think it behooves us, because, you know, when you go to the actual expenditures under part-time employees, it's lower than what was budgeted for in 2023, and significantly lower than what was budgeted for in 2022. So I think it would behoove us, in order to again, you know, fine-tune that salaries and wages budget, to go back, look and see what folks worked last year, sort of get a little bit of a handle on that part-time electrical inspector and what the actual hours you would need them would be, and then we can revise this particular sheet.
Yeah.
All right?
Anything would help, and I could probably do a really good close estimate as to what would, you know, be ideal, I guess, for us at this point.
One of the things that I did want to ask, because one of the council members asked me about it earlier today, are there any fee adjustments that you would recommend that the council consider by ordinance in 2024, where you feel like we're either low or not competitive with neighboring municipalities, or anything of that nature?
We're up there. Whenever I did talk our fee schedule in the past, I looked at Westfield, I looked at Summit, similar communities to ours, and we are up there. Summit has, if you want a breakdown, I can give it to you, because I have it, and I don't see any recommendations to make us go way up and beyond what those other two towns are charging right now. I can break it down and show you exactly hours compared to those two, if you want me to do that.
But you think right now we're competitive?
Yes. We're higher in some areas, and we're even. I did this last year. I have the fee schedules from last year for both those towns. We're not, I don't think we're lower anywhere in the fee schedule. And are you talking just UCC? Because we have, you know, we got a dumpster permit.
Talking everything within your purview.
All right, well, Westfield and Summit are UCC only. I didn't ask them for if they have a dumpster permit fee. I'm just looking at UCC.
Non-regulated.
And Tony, just to this end, last year, I know the fire department looked at their fee schedule, and like you, they have a lot of different kinds of charges. And they instituted some nominal fee changes that added up to a real number at the end of the day. And I think what Keith is alluding to is perhaps something similar. Again, we're not talking about 20% increases on anything, but if you put out a lot of permits and you add a couple of bucks to each one, it adds up to a real number that perhaps can fund a part-time electrical inspector or a keyboard person. Your department is unique in that it is one of those departments that generates money. And so I think if you're, again, to Evan's point, you know, if you're looking for more, I think you have to take a look at your fee schedule. And again, no giant hits, but there's money there.
Yes, I will do that. I will lay out hours now, and the two that I would compare with, I can do that easily. I can raise the fees,
Yeah, no,
ask you guys to approve a fee change, but
But
I
to
can do
Paul's
that.
point, minimal increase, but again, spread it out over the number of permits. But we have to figure out some way to pay for all this stuff.
Yes, I understand. If we charge 5 cents a cubic foot, we look at maybe 5.5 cents or 6 cents. It would be small, and incremental.
So that's exactly the type of stuff. So
Yeah,
take it away,
sure.
get with Keith and Bob. If we can show some sort of offset when you come back, that will, I think, help make the case. I do think you're still going to have to find some savings here in addition, but meeting somewhere in the middle is probably the best course.
Okay.
Tony, you have one capital request, which is an additional vehicle. Do you want to explain to the village council what you explained in the directors' meeting on capital on Thursday morning, please?
Yes. One inspector wants to use his personal vehicle. All the other inspectors have part of our rolling stock out there. And I don't have a car. I've been borrowing one of Dawn's vehicles.
And if I may, the issue with that is Dawn will be now traveling to Mawa under the shared services agreement, so that opens up a need for Tony to be able to be mobile during the day. But continue your thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's more important for the inspectors to be out there every day. I don't need to go out every single day, but if I do, then, or if I get called in, I get called in from time to time, fires overnight or a tree down on a house or something, I'll come down here. Actually, I shouldn't use that as an example because there's 5 cars down there that I can come in and grab the keys and use, but if everybody's out and I don't have a vehicle, then I can't go anywhere.
Right.
I use my own.
And there are times during pending storms that Tony, I've authorized him to take a car home in case we do have a call overnight that he can respond immediately and have the necessary equipment that he might need in the truck.
And how much are we asking? How much is the capital? 45. How
40
often does that really happen, that everybody's out and there's no cars for Tony and he's out on an emergency?
So as a side note, I do support this, or I wouldn't have put it in the recommendation for capital. But we are going to be undertaking, as soon as this budget is complete, a complete fleet inventory, and actually understand who is actually riding in each vehicle. Talk about surplus, talk about what potentially could be surplus vehicles. So that is a project that Bob and I are going to be undertaking with Mike Junta's help, but we're going to reserve that until we get this budget adopted.
So, and again, Keith, I'm not trying to give anybody grief, but why are we going to buy another car before that review is done?
Because there's cars in his fleet that are going to be retired through that process.
Okay. Do we know if any of them are ready to retire? I just don't want to put a $45,000 expenditure in the capital budget for just like, sounds like when it will be an occasional need. If the case is we've got 3 cars that we're going to retire, there's a larger need, that car can be available as a floater for other folks that may be in a similar situation to Tony, where perhaps they just need a car occasionally, like that's a better argument.
Right.
But $45,000 because occasionally all 5 cars are out and he's needed on an emergency is, again, it's a little tougher to.
And your point is well taken. The reason that I was comfortable recommending this, and I think Bob agrees with me, is because we did have 2 department heads sharing a car, but now that other department heads' need for the car is going to escalate significantly because she's going to be all the way up in Mawa for part of the week as well.
I also just want to say, I mean, obviously I'd like to see it lower, but, people, when they have a home improvement, really want this service provided. They're really relying on it in commercial development as well. So, I know I agree we need to do a little better, but I did want to say thank you. And I think when people wait 2 to 3 days to open a new business or have their construction project move along, that's very meaningful as a service to that business and that citizen. So I feel like I just want to add that, and I am grateful that you're doing things to streamline that, because I know that you're keeping most people mostly happy, and we've seen this especially on Main Street, where people really want this process expedited. Since being on the council, we've had 2 or 3 people. Since Keith's been here, there's been 2 that Tony's really hopped to it. And so for every day that a business doesn't open, it's a carrying cost. And for every day that an electrical permit's not issued, it's a displacement from a home. So look, I want it to be lower, but I feel like the service that the building department does is valuable to both our business district and our residents. And there are situations like if you were waiting for an electrical inspector and the Ridgewood was saying there's no transportation, I think that would make that person very angry. And I think we don't want to see delays, particularly in the commercial side where people are carrying rent. So I do want to say thank you, because in the rare situations that the departments had to hop to it and streamline it, and thank you to Keith. These are things that, it's not just about the cuts, it's about the service we're providing. So,
Thank you.
And through you, Mayor, again, this capital budget is fluid, so, this allocation is in there as of now. As we go through things and set priorities over the next month, that we can make some adjustments if the council deems it necessary.
I tried to get a more definitive number, and I talked with Mike Junta, and he inquired to wherever, I don't know which dealerships, and when I talked with Bob, I said, I'm not getting a number, and the suggestion was 45. I don't know that it has to be that much. It's a number we put in that Bob suggested. So
When you have a more confirmed number, Tony, from Mike, just come to Bob and I, and we'll have that discussion.
Well, I did it last year. Actually did this last year when we started this budget process. So the suggestion was from Bob, because I needed to give him the request.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a number, so we just put that in here. So if I can do that as well, I will ask again, see if that number can go down. I will look at my fee schedule, and can always raise fees. We can always do that.
Thank you, Tony.
Again, I mean, I don't want to do this in the back of permit holders. I think Paul's right. If there are small increases that will add up over time, that's great. But if you're going to try to justify a $45,000 car by jacking fees up, I'm not going to agree to that.
Right.
And listen, maybe it's getting late and I'm getting a little cranky, but like this just feels like a real nice to have as opposed to a need to have.
If you're looking at a car, does it have to be a SUV? Can it be a smaller car? Does it have to be a giant SUV?
No.
What is it?
A giant SUV is about $70,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
My-
And
45,000
so
is not gonna-
what are you carrying, what does it have to hold?
My personal vehicle is a giant SUV. It's really expensive, those things. The biggest concern is getting around in a snowstorm. If you remember Superstorm Sandy, I couldn't go anywhere. I was here and be stuck, had to turn around, back up. Floodwaters, snow, all that stuff. So the bigger deal would be to get around. To carry, I don't need a lot of stuff.
Well, good.
I have
Because
turnout.
I know Subaru makes a really small SUV, and they're very good in the snow. And I would also like you to consider a hybrid.
Careful. Just careful.
I would-
Just letting you know.
Listen,
We're gonna talk about charging stations when Rich Calby comes in for his budget
yeah.
A
hearing.
hybrid doesn't require a charging station.
Okay.
No, hybrid's better than all electric. I have this thing about all electric vehicles. I'm all for conservation and all, but.
And this is a bigger conversation than I want to have at 9:24.
Any other questions for Tony?
Yep.
I know what I need to do.
Good.
And I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the support. Really.
Thanks, Tony. Really appreciate it.
Through you, Mayor, Bob and I are going to recommend that we hold off on his divisions amongst his department until our next budget meeting.
Do them all now.
Thank you.
No,
Well,
I do not
the next
mean that.
the next budget schedule on February 5th is slightly lighter, so we will incorporate Bob into that rotation.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Then with that, are we going to do the wrap-up or no?
That was the wrap-up.
Good job.
Then we're going to go right to public comment.
Waiting patiently.
Just
No,
you
you
have
need
to
to
go
go
over
over
there.
there.
It is on.
If there's a green light.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, I'm Robin Fisher, and as some of you know,
Your
I
address,
live
please, Robin?
412 North Monroe. I
Okay.
live at the corner of North Monroe and Glen, and I came with the idea of begging for the sidewalks.
Which ones?
West Glen. So as I've sat here and seen all the wonderful things you guys do, I just wanted to say thank you for allocating and finishing this project. And personally, a week ago, my two boys were on the corner that you guys fixed just this year. and were about to get run over by a car who wasn't paying attention. So my boys' lives are literally thanks to you guys, because they were in a safe spot where someone ran the light. On Saturday, I woke up to my 15-year-old crying because she heard a girl who was probably an early teen, just got her license. She had been T-boned. She had the right of way. Someone just ran the red light. And she's crying on the phone, saying to her mother, "I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay." You guys fixed the light at that corner, and she had a sidewalk that she stood on while she waited for the fire department, the police department, the ambulance, the tow trucks. Everybody came within seconds, by the way, because we have the extra fire station. And she had a place where she could stay until Mom came and picked her up. So again, I know what I saw Saturday night was a terrified young driver who did the right thing. And what I saw was a man who probably was exhausted. I didn't see a drunk. I didn't see someone who was out of control. I saw someone who made a mistake. And that's what we need the sidewalks for, because it's not intentional. Nobody goes out and says, "Let me kill some civilians today." Well, okay, most people don't. Yeah. But again, mistakes happen, and we still have kids walking the sidewalk or that area because they're cutting. They don't want to do the long walk, they're lazy, they're tired. I get it. But that's why what you're doing tonight and approving the sidewalks is so crucial. And I know I may be the only one here tonight, but I can tell you there's been a flurry of texts back and forth, and moms saying, "Thank you for standing up, thank you for staying, thank you for putting this together," because you guys are making a big difference. So from the bottom of my heart, from my family, thank you. Thank you for putting this front and center.
Robin, thank you for sharing that
Thank you.
wonderful, wonderful story. And look, we get tired, we get cranky, but we love that kind of feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have one person on hybrid access.
Boyd Loving.
Boyd, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Boyd A. Loving, 342 South Irving Street. There was some discussion about the $341,000 structure that might be constructed at Habernickel Park. And I believe Ms. Bigos indicated that the structure would be available for use by the tenant there on a reserved basis. I don't understand that. The tenant has a rent, pays rent, and is set at a certain amount. Now the taxpayers are going to fund a significant improvement on the property, and the tenant is going to be able to use it. My position, and I'm sure it's one that would be shared by many other taxpayers, is that there should be an assessment made to the tenant for the use of that new structure, or the rent should be increased appropriately. There should be no freebies when it comes to that. If the taxpayers are paying for that structure, the tenant should not be able to use it unless she kicks in some money. And that's my position on it, and I hope that's shared by at least one other member of the council. The other concern I have is there was some discussion about bringing in trucks from another town to the Lakeview compost site. Nice in the fact that we are going to get some money, but what about the people who live on Lakeview and live on Godwin and live on other streets where all this additional truck traffic is going to be coming in? I think this needs to be looked at very closely before we allow the manager to negotiate a final contract. There was some discussion about roads being paved. That additional truck traffic might create a situation where we might have to pave roads quicker than we would if we didn't have the truck traffic. So let's not think about how much money we are going to make on this until we are sure that we're going to make money and not lose money on the situation. I was very surprised tonight to learn that there apparently has been some discussion, obviously not in public, about closing the firehouse at Glen and Monroe. Thankfully, the manager has indicated that there would only be a $10,000 a year savings in doing that, and that firehouse will remain open. That's a big safety concern, getting fire trucks up the hill, particularly in bad weather. I would feel very badly and very sad for the people in that neighborhood in the Heights section if that firehouse were to close. That firehouse provides very fast response for people in that area, and under no circumstances should that be closed, particularly if there was a secret meeting about it. That's all I have to say for now, but I will have more to say at the next budget meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Boyd. And my only comment, do we have anyone else? No? Then I'm going to close public comment. There have been no secret meetings about this or any other matter. Anybody else have a comment?
Mayor, through you, I just want to reiterate, we're not in the business of having secret meetings. We don't have secret meetings. I was asked by one council member very early on in my tenure here, it may have even before I started, to just get an assessment of what the costs for operating that particular building were. It was provided, and I think everyone that I shared that information with, which I think might have been individually 2 council members who had inquired about it, that there really wasn't a realization of any true savings in closing that, even having a discussion about closing the firehouse. With regard to the truck traffic near the leaf composting facility, these are both small municipalities adjacent to us. Contracts don't expire until closer to the end of the year, so we have a lot of time to talk about this and the impact of it. But I don't think that there would be substantial truck traffic, additional truck traffic heading into that facility, but obviously we'll take that under advisement as we talk to the other 2 municipalities.
I'd also like to say something. So since I asked the questions on the record here at the meeting, often when we go back out into the public, we're asked questions particularly about public safety. Councilmember Reynolds has talked about that. We are always asked common questions. How many police officers do we have? How many firemen do we have? And how are they allocated? Equally with fire, we're asked about the volunteer program, particularly with the merge of EMS. So for me, these are good numbers, and why I asked the question is we are always asked how many, what do the retirements are, and that is why I asked those questions. I am unaware of any discussion ever. I wouldn't go to a secret meeting, but from the public's perspective, at least from my vantage point, when we talk about public service, police and fire people want to know expressly how many police do we have and how many cops do we have? And that is a question that we're asked. The second question we have on new hires is how many are retiring? So I do want to say that I'm really grateful for the information. The reason I asked the question is a bulk, salaries and benefits are a bulk of our driver to our budget. And they are, I think all 5 of us would echo that we are asked these questions frequently, oftenly, and I wanted to have the question out there. Clearly, we are grateful to police and fire, and now we have a better answer, all 5 of us, for it.
Thank you. Anybody else? And with that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.